Major League Baseball International.
It comes but once a year. As autumn blankets the boys of summer.
Been waiting for it all to come together.
And change is quite literally in the air.
Counting the stars to see if they've aligned.
As the temperature drops, the great ones rise to meet the moment. Post-season battles covered a continent as a dozen teams laid eyes on the prize.
Watch a dream come to life.
An old rivalry renewed would end with a crisp Big Apple victory as the evergreen ivy stayed alive in the Windy City. A red-hot crew was swept out west by the defending champs, while Midwest Guardians were upended by underdogs. As the winds of change continued to blow,
Been a shift. I can feel the wind behind me.
a pinstriped savior could not outblast those from the land of the maple leaf. Nor could the promise of an Eastern juggernaut ring true against a relentless band of blue brothers.
Throws to the plate, he throws it away, and the Dodgers have won!
Big cats from the Motor City clawed their way to an epic extra innings showdown.
Polanco sends it into right, and will send Seattle to the American League Championship Series!
But in this winner-take-all, the Trident rose to the top. Chi-Town also pushed it to 5, but could not withstand blustery headwinds of some above-average Joes.
Watch a dream come to life. This is only the beginning.
In the battle for the senior circuit crown, the many talents of the top seed failed to take root and were blown away.
Terang, a swing and a miss! Trinan closes the door!
Blamed the icy blue chill thrown their direction, while the best player the game may ever see harvested a performance for the ages.
Oh my goodness! Up and over the roof!
Then, in a cross-border tilt, seafarers from Seattle came out swinging, but lost their way in a barrage of long balls. And when Springer finally sprung, Northern neighbors punched their ticket to the first title shot in more than 30 years. What began with promise for 12 exceptional clubs has been beaten and battered down to the final 2. The best of the best with everything on the line.
Barger, right field. No! A World Series masterpiece from Yamamoto.
Welcome to the magic and majesty of the Fall Classic.
Watch a dream come to life.
And welcome to Major League Baseball International special presentation of the 2025 World Series from Hollywood. Yeah, the series is relocated to Southern California. We're at Dodger Stadium in LA. It's Game 3 with the Blue Jays and Dodgers tied at 1 game apiece. This Blue Jays team so tight-knit. They support each other. David Schneider wearing the t-shirt for his friend Addison Barger, who's in the lineup for Game 3, key part of the Blue Jays offense. Bo Bichette doing the same thing for his longtime buddy. Vlad Guerrero Jr. has been a true star in the postseason as the Blue Jays shift this series on the road. Meanwhile, the homestanding Dodgers so thankful for the performance of Yoshi Yamamoto in Game 2. Helped the Dodgers even the series at 1 game apiece. Freddie Freeman, it's never too late in the season to work on those fundamentals. And Shohei Ohtani, last time he was on this field here at Dodger Stadium, maybe the greatest individual game in baseball history. Oh yeah, that's it for Ohtani. Dave Fleming, Ryan Spilborg, great to have you with us as we get ready for Game 3. You watched that little montage, Spilly, of all the great players in this series. You and I had the overwhelming feeling in Toronto watching those first 2 games. These are the 2 best teams in the sport.
No question. And it's the reason why we've been riding this emotional roller coaster. Game 1 after Toronto won, you were like, ooh, maybe the Blue Jays are going to run away with it. Then you watch the Dodgers take game 2, and you're like, oh man, it's back to Dodger Stadium. Good luck for the Toronto Blue Jays. But we have to remind ourselves, these are very evenly matched teams.
Yeah, they really are. And I think the Blue Jays, look, you mentioned the performance in Game 1. It was outstanding. They may have walked out of Game 2 feeling like they missed a bit of an opportunity.
They did, Dave. We go back to the first inning. Yamamoto, first and third, nobody out. And then you have Vlad Guerrero, the hottest hitter on the planet. We love this sequence. Yamamoto said, I am not going to show you a fastball. He shows him just one inside, and then it's the split finger, keeps going after him, and for Guerrero, ends up getting caught up with this unbelievable curveball, and that just set the stage. Then you have to go to the next guy, which is Alejandro Kirk. As soon as that at bat for Guerrero, it puts pressure now on Kirk to find a way, and Yamamoto, masterful, gets an easy out at first base of Freddie Freeman. Dalton Varsho, he sees the curveball. What about the emotion for Yamamoto? He knew it. He did not look back.
I mean, high stress in the first inning. After that, not a whole lot of stress for the right-hander. Just amazing.
Unbelievable. It's another complete game. 2 times in this postseason. Only Kurt Schilling back in 2001. That's how long it's been as we're watching him do this. But we talked to some of the guys around the Blue Jays. They were saying the curveball, he threw fastballs late in counts. They weren't expecting it. When we saw him that last start, it felt like that's the best pitcher on the planet.
I mean, he was making history in Game 2. 4th pitcher since 1990, so you're going back a long way to throw a complete game in 2 consecutive starts in a single postseason. First pitcher with 2 complete games on the road in a postseason since Scott McGregor. 2nd start this year. I mean, there was some traffic early in the game. We talked about that. Just an historic performance from Yamamoto.
Unbelievable, and they needed that because now when you come back to Dodger Stadium, you also save the bullpen. That was a big question mark for the Dodgers and Dave Roberts is, what are you going to do to get through the Blue Jays lineup? Well, Yamamoto says, hold on, I got you. You don't need the bullpen tonight.
Yeah, it's a good point because you got 3 games in a row without an off day starting tonight. It also covers up some struggles for the Dodgers offense, particularly their biggest stars.
Yeah, you look at this World Series, they're 4 for 28. 4 for 28. Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Teoscar Hernandez. You got 3 future Hall of Famers, the MVPs, just not doing much. But there is somebody that has been, and we talk about all the players that they have. Somebody that's often overlooked is Will Smith. I just think about when these guys are right, and we've seen them have good series. We saw Ohtani, last time he was here, is 3 homers. Mookie Betts, huge wild card series. He's been cold. Freddie Freeman, last World Series, that's the best player at that time on the team. And then when you think about Teoscar Hernandez, maybe he's trying to do a little bit too much against his former team, but they have not been swinging that at all.
Well, it's well said, and it helps when you have just a lot of great players, including a guy that you mentioned in there, Will Smith, who maybe doesn't get quite the accolades as many of his teammates. He's so good.
He is, and I've asked teams, visiting teams, who's the toughest out on the Dodgers, and almost all of them say Will Smith. Who's the guy that you want at the plate with the game on the line? Will Smith. He'll take a walk. He doesn't chase. And that kind of allows the offense from Doc's standpoint. We're fine.
It's just so fun to be here, and Game 3 is so important when you have a series tied at 1 game apiece in a best of 7. We also have a very interesting and different starting pitching matchup, and when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about that. The veteran, the future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer, a former Dodger, takes the ball for Toronto up against Tyler Glasnow.
It's the thrill of one more kill, the last one to fall. We'll never sacrifice the will. We'll never look back on the world closing in. Beyond the attack with your wings on the wind. All the things will begin. And it's sweet.
Well, of course, the Dodgers 2024 World Series champions and trying to go back-to-back. We haven't had a back-to-back World Series champion in baseball since the Yankees won 3 straight, 98, 99, 2000. Long time since back-to-back World Series winners. Dodgers, all those championships in their distinguished history. Back here at home at Dodger Stadium for Game 3 with a really interesting pitching matchup. We talked about it before we went to our first break. Tyler Glasnow is going to take the ball for LA up against 41-year-old right-hander Max Scherzer, a former Dodger, now pitching with the Blue Jays. Didn't have a great regular season, isn't the same kind of dominator that maybe he once was. Glasnow, though, one of the most talented pitchers in the game. And Spilly, sometimes it's almost like it's unfair. Snell, Yamamoto, and then Glasnow in Game 3?
Unbelievable. And check out, it was 90 innings pitched during the regular season, so he's just now starting to peak. He's had 100 total innings on the year. And when he's right, he has so much swing and miss. You get the 6 innings in Game 4 National League Division Series, and then Game 3 in the Championship Series. Yes, there might have been some shadows early on, but he's in the 100th percentile for extension. He has 4+ pitches. The league doesn't touch him, especially the curveball. And for Max Scherzer, 41-year-old, his last start might have been his last start for his career. 500 career starts. He's yelling at John Schneider, yeah, I got it, let's go. And he did exactly what he needed to do. Punch the ticket to get out of the inning. You love it. Mad Max always says you either have ice in your veins or your hair on fire. Which one do you think he is? Hair on fire.
Indeed. We've seen that scene so many times in his Hall of Fame career. Does he have one last great World Series start in him? We're going to find out very shortly. A real challenge for the 41-year-old right-hander. Meanwhile, for the Blue Jays offense, they bullied the Dodgers in Game 1. Game 2, we already talked about how Yamamoto shut that offense down. How do the Blue Jays get back to the Game 1 version?
Do what brought him here, which is the fabric of the Blue Jays offense. They're the toughest team in baseball to punch out. And against Blake Snell, who's an elite strike thrower, tons of whiffs. You're looking at this, you're like, man, this is a lot of swing and misses, Spilly. What's going on? Well, at the end of this game, there was a time where the Blue Jays had more hits than swings and misses. And that's what's going to be required today as they're matching up against Glasnow and possibly the bullpen, is that the Blue Jays do not swing and miss. 15 swing and misses in Game 1. Why is that important? Well, because you see it and you're like, okay, that's a lot. No, the Blue Jays have 14 hits on top of it. Usually if you're having that many on a team that has the ability to swing and miss, you're looking at the mid-20s to 30s. The Blue Jays are contact. That's how they win this game tonight.
Just moments away from a huge Game 3 with Scherzer ready to take the ball for Toronto. The winner will take a 2-1 lead in this 2025 World Series. When we come back, starter introductions and the national anthems from LA right after this.
Leading off, designated hitter number 4, George Springer. Batting second, left fielder number 38, Nathan Lucas. Batting third, first baseman number 27, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Batting fourth, at second base, number 11, Bo Bichette. Batting fifth, in center field, number 5, Dalton Varsho. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 30, Alejandro Kirk. Batting seventh, right fielder, number 47, Addison Barger. Batting eighth, third baseman, number 22, Ernie Clement. Batting ninth, Shortstop, number 0, Andres Jimenez. And the starting pitcher, number 31, Max Scherzer. And now, the starting lineup for your defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. As chosen by Dodgers manager, Dave Roberts. Leading off, designated hitter, number 17, Shohei Ohtani. Batting second, the shortstop, number 50, Mookie Betts. Batting third, first baseman, number 5, Freddie Freeman. Batting fourth, behind the plate, number 16, Will Smith. Batting fifth, at third base, number 13, Max Muncy. Batting sixth, right fielder, number 37, Oscar Hernandez. Batting seventh, second baseman, number 25, Tommy Edman. Batting eighth, in left field, number 8, Kike Hernandez. Batting ninth, center fielder, number 44, Andy Pajes. And on the mound for the Dodgers, number 31, Tyler Glasnow. Fans, let's hear it for your defending world champion, Los Angeles Dodgers. This time we ask that you please rise if you're able and kindly remove your caps for our two nations colors. Presented today by the Los Angeles Fire Department Honor Guard. Fans, please remain standing for the singing of the national anthems of Canada and the United States. First to sing the Canadian national anthem, please welcome multi-platinum, Grammy-nominated Canadian singer-songwriter, J.P. Sachs.
Oh, Canada, our home, our native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Guide, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard. for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Now to sing the national anthem of the United States of America, please welcome country music superstar and three-time Grammy Award winner Brad Paisley.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, land of the free and the home of the brave.
J.P. Sachs and Brad Paisley.
Well, quite a scene. The national anthems, the big American flag out in center field at historic Dodgers Stadium as we count down to Game 3 of this 2025 World Series. Series tied 1 game apiece. This ballpark, which especially lately has hosted so many big games. This is the 3rd oldest ballpark in the major leagues. It doesn't look that way, but this place has been around for a long time. So many of the all-time greats of the game have played on this surface, and especially lately, the Giants and the Dodgers have had classic matchups here over the years. The World Series games and the Dodgers trying to go back-to-back. And for the Dodgers, a chance to cement their legacy as an all-time dynasty. The Blue Jays, they haven't won one in a long time on the road, where they've been very good in the postseason. So here we are, just about ready to start Game 3 of this 2025 World Series in LA. The World Series, the grandest stage in Major League Baseball. It doesn't matter how you get here, all that matters is what happens next.
Don't look away. Center display, all eyes on me.
The autumn air feels heavier. The game slows down, but the moments speed up. Who will rise and who will fall? Our advice? Just keep watching. After 15 runs crossed the plate in Friday's series opener, a classic pitcher's duel unfolded on Saturday night in Game 2. The only early offense came courtesy of the catchers. Will Smith opened the scoring with an RBI single in the first inning. And Alejandro Kirk tied the game with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. From there, the starting pitchers took over. Kevin Gausman retired 17 straight Dodgers before Smith struck again with a tie-breaking home run in the 7th inning. And then Max Muncy ended Gosman's night when he added a homer of his own just 2 batters later.
Big swing for Max Muncy. And that's going to do it for Gosman. He's going to get driven out of this game.
Those swings provided more than enough cushion for Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who became the first pitcher to record back-to-back complete games in a single postseason since Curt Schilling in 2001. Now the series heads west to Los Angeles for a pivotal Game 3. The red-hot Tyler Glasnow will take the ball for the Dodgers, having given up just 1 run in 13-plus innings in these playoffs, while the Blue Jays turn to the 41-year-old former Dodger and future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer. The 121st World Series continues next. What a beautiful fall, late afternoon, early evening it is in Southern California. The Dodger Blue Towels are out at Dodger Stadium for Game 3 of this World Series. The Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Dave Fleming, Ryan Spilborg, great to have you with us here. These Dodgers fans have become accustomed to this. Big games in this ballpark this time of year. And Game 3 in a best-of-7, Spilly, is so important. The numbers say the winner of Game 3, when you're tied 1 game apiece, goes on to win a huge majority of the time.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a game of math. Every time you see these, numbers, especially this 7-game series, you win Game 1, you have a 70% chance of winning. You split it, now you come here. The winner of this game goes on to win closest over 60%. And what we're waiting to see, especially because the next 3 games, there's no off day. And what the Blue Jays have to do is get to the Dodgers bullpen. What the Dodgers have to do is keep their starters out there. We're also going to watch, when you think about Yamamoto, Snell, well, between Snell and Glasnow and what we're going to see tomorrow with Shohei Ohtani, those guys punch your tickets. There's a lot of strikeouts there. And offensively for the Dodgers, what's amazing about it is that their second best hitter is Freddie Freeman during this World Series has a 167 batting average.
It's been a theme of this series so far, and Yamamoto kind of rescued the Dodgers with the dominant performance in Game 2 because those Dodgers bats have not been like they normally are. And I think for Dave Roberts, he's just hoping come back home to Dodger Stadium where they played so well all regular season, have typically swung the bats so well. See if those Dodgers bats, including that guy Mookie Betts, can come to life in these next 3 games.
Well, Mookie talks about having a Mamba mentality, and just like Kobe Bryant, it is all about the moment, being in the moment, and Mookie's been there several times. He comes over to the Dodgers, he wins a World Series in his first season, and then obviously last year, 2024, another one. So that's 3 World Series titles for Mookie Betts. You also have Freddie Freeman. He won one with the Atlanta Braves, and we know last year he was a World Series MVP. So he understands what these moments are like. You can't worry so much about the first 2 games that you did offensively. I have a feeling today's game, there should be a lot of runs scored. It's just kind of given the narrative, understanding what we think both teams are going to do as far as their bullpen. And just to think about it, it's been 25 years since we saw the Yankees go back-to-back. 1976, Reds did it. 78, you got in the 1983 teams with multiple MVPs. These are historic teams and reasons why they won.
What a challenge for Max Scherzer, the top 3 guys that he has to face when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the first. Meanwhile, to start the game tonight on the road, the Blue Jays get to lean on a guy who's had about as much World Series success as a hitter as anybody in history.
Pretty amazing, right? You go back to 2017, now you got George Springer with the Astros. He was a World Series MVP, and that is what created the lore of George Springer. Now you have him with over 20 home runs in his postseason career. I just felt like when Toronto signed him, they talked about it. They signed him for the World Series. They signed him for the postseason. And here it is when you think about it. 23 postseason jacks. That's the second most since 2015. And it's line to line. It's just not one way. It is opposite field. And it just brings so much to the Blue Jays knowing that their leadoff hitter has that pedigree.
In some ways, Billy, the only question with Springer is he healthy? He's been beat up in the postseason.
Well, and we've seen some knee braces. He got hit from a Brian Wu fastball, back knee. We know what happened there. He was able to come back from that. Of course, the big home run he hit in Game 7 of the ALCS. He's been banged up. He also was hit by a pitch from Yamamoto, a pitch that caught his wrist, came up and in. And when you're trying to think about how to pitch to a guy that has power, you want to get inside. So none of these pitches are trying to hit George Springer, but it's coming at a cost for Springer. They're hoping he's fine. He says he's fine, but as you're watching him, you know he's not 100%.
The numbers about Springer at an advanced age. Look, 35 years old for a baseball player. That's pretty old. He had just had a tremendous year, one of the best years of his career, and he's carried it into the playoffs. He is such a clutch performer.
He really is, and he speaks a lot about Michael Brantley, somebody that has been really important for George Springer. He reset how he worked in the offseason. He knows he's older. It's a lot more about mobility. Talks about getting his eyes behind the baseball, simplifying the swing, and then he just had an unbelievable year to go with it.
All right, so countdown is on, just moments away from the first pitch. That man will be in the batter's box for the Blue Jays against Glasnow and the Dodgers. Beautiful night in Southern California. Starting lineup's first pitch right after this. Time for Dodger baseball. Jason Bateman is here. He's going to be the guy to kind of get the game officially kicked off or unofficially. And he's given a pep talk, too.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love a good pep talk from Jason Bateman?
Let's do it, fans! All right, now, ready? It's time for Dodger baseball!
As the great Vin Scully would say before every Dodger game, the all-time voice of the game. And now the Dodgers will take the field. What a scene. We were here last year when the Yankees were here. Dodgers, of course, won that World Series. Trying to go back-to-back, and the Dodgers will take the field with the Blue Jays coming up as the road team. Not just tonight, the next 3 games. Series 2 in Toronto, 3 in LA. And then if necessary, and we expect that it's going to be necessary, we'll be back in Toronto for games 6 and 7 after the team split at the Rogers Center. So Glasnow on the mound, Spilly for LA. What a number 3 starter.
Yeah, unbelievable to think about it. And we were talking about the amount of innings he had during the regular season, about 90. Then you add on top the postseason innings, and he's peaking as far as his physical abilities. The thing is, the Blue Jays have his number. In a bunch of starts against the Blue Jays, he's a 5.82 ERA. And for Glasnow, when he's right, it's a high fastball at the top of the zone. He has a lead extension. He's 6'8". He throws really hard, but the extension plays up with the fastball. And then he has virtually an unhittable curveball. Curveball sits around 82 miles an hour, but the league hit 100 off of it. A lot of swing and miss, and when he's right, he should be in the strike zone.
Normal Blue Jays lineup tonight against a right-handed starter. That means Springer, Lucas Guerrero Bichette, who's back in the lineup after playing Game 1. Varsho, Kirk, Barger, Clement, and Andres Jimenez, the shortstop, batting 9th here in LA. John Schneider's group is ready to go and feeling very confident despite dropping Game 2. And coming into what has been an extremely hostile environment for teams over the last many playoffs. I mean, the Dodgers here at home have just been not quite unbeatable. Last 2 postseasons, 11-3 on this field in LA.
They were 52-29 at home over the regular season, and there's something about this environment. Having played here myself, it just feels inevitable that the Dodgers will have an at-bat late in the game where even if they're trailing, they have a chance to come from behind and win. They know that. The crowd knows it for most of them who don't leave to beat traffic. There's just something about this stadium, the wall of sound in center field. It is deafening. And when you're a visiting player or a pitcher, It's hard to control your emotions here.
And guess what? They don't like the leadoff hitter very much. He's not Mr. Popular in LA, George Springer, after what he did in 2017. Sort of symbolic of that whole Astros team. We get the play ball signed from Mark Wegner, our home plate umpire. And here we go, game 3 of the World Series. And a first pitch curveball from Glasnow is in there for a strike.
Interesting pitch for Tyler Glasnow. It's also one way to kind of settle your nerves, get that curveball. And George Springer 6 for 13 in his career against Tyler Glasnow.
Oh, just misses, called the ball. And the boos aren't really subsiding as the at-bat goes on. 71 degrees. Sure feels a little warmer for Springer in that batter's box. Chops that one foul, so it's 1-2.
Challenge for the Blue Jays is they have to strike first. Try to give Max Scherzer a little bit of breathing room. Max is struggling in the first inning, so you want to have a little bit to play with.
1-2 to Springer. And he goes down swinging. Foul tip into the mitt, held by Will Smith. And nothing these days makes Dodgers fans happier than that.
He just reaches back, grabs 98 with that elite extension. To give you an idea, 98 with 7.6 feet of extension actually plays closer to 100 miles an hour. So 2 miles an hour increase in velocity because of the extension.
So now a guy with much less playoff pedigree. Nathan Lucas swings at the first pitch. Skies one down the left field line. That could be playable, and it is. Kike Hernandez. One pitch, out number 2.
Easy play for Kike Hernandez. Gets right down to the wall. Doesn't really look it in the glove, but he catches it.
So 2 down, and the Dodgers like to face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in these kind of spots. He has been the best hitter in the postseason, all teams included, having one of the great playoffs of all time. Takes a curveball low for ball 1.
431 batting average, 6 home runs, 12 RBIs, a 1343 OPS in 13 games.
And the numbers not just piled up at home. In the regular season and the postseason, been an excellent hitter away from home. That one on the ground, foul. There was a key moment. We talked about it in our pregame, Spilly, in the first inning of game 2, where the Jays had a chance to strike first, and Yamamoto got through this guy. Maybe you look back onto the biggest out of that game.
No question. I mean, you imagine it, just if you had if you were able to get a run across, what might have been different?
Glasnow. Guerrero out to right field, not that deep. Teoscar Hernandez is there, out number 3. That was a very strong, just 8 pitches needed start for Tyler Glasnow. Ohtani, Betts, Freeman coming up in the bottom of the first. Here's where here at home, that man had maybe the greatest game in the history of this sport. And he leads off for LA. Ohtani, the DH, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith had the big game 2. Max Muncy moves up in the lineup. A couple changes for Dave Roberts. Teoscar Hernandez moves down. Edmund Kike, and then Andy Pages, the center fielder, batting 9th against the former Dodger, the 41-year-old right-hander. Who knows? I mean, it could be the last start of his Hall of Fame career.
There's a really good chance, Dave, that could be accurate for Max Scherzer. This is his 501st start when you include the postseason. His last one was huge. Saw an increase in velocity. He's putting himself into character right now. He's going straight Mad Max. But I have a feeling for Max, it's a dead sprint. He's not going Yamamoto. And if he does, he just turned back the clock.
Empty the tank early, trying to get through as much as he can, and here we go. No score. Ohtani goes after the first pitch. And a 95-mile-an-hour fastball right on the outside corner.
Really good to see, because if he doesn't have the fastball's short. He's 41. It's okay. He also has to be able to spin the baseball.
It was great in the championship series. Ohtani rips that one, and a fair ball down the right field line. It's going to hop off the track and up over the wall. And the game starts for the Dodgers with an automatic double.
Scherzer, I was just talking about how he has to spin the baseball. It's a curveball down and into Ohtani. Just a remarkable talent.
When Shohei hits one 114, you're lucky when it doesn't go over the wall. But it's a leadoff double. Mookie Betts now against his old teammate. Fastball down and away for ball one to Mookie. It's a good sign for Ohtani. He had a home run in game one, but after the game had basically been decided. Ohtani otherwise had pretty quiet World Series. Foul back out of play, 1-1.
Scherzer had over an 11 ERA in the first inning this season. Watched him in Kansas City, got knocked out in the first inning, just could not get through it. But since that time in Kansas City, he's only had one start, and that was a start against the Mariners.
Runner at second right away. Dodgers trying to score first. Betts takes. Harder breaking ball. Slider, no swing. 2-1.
Pretty amazing. Scherzer was drafted back in 2006. He's the 11th pick overall, same draft that Clayton Kershaw was taken in. Kershaw, the 7th overall pick. That's 6 Cy Youngs between those two in the first round.
2-1. Betts fouls it back out of play. Reached base safely in 41 straight games against the Blue Jays. Now that goes back a while. That includes the postseason. That's the longest streak that any player against Toronto has ever had. Ever. Two. Betts pops it up. Into shallow right. Barger, man, a late break, and he is just going to get there. He's lucky he's got some closing speed. I'm not sure exactly what he read off the bat, but he had a long way to go.
I don't think he read it off the bat well at all. Now, I'll tell you, Dave, as an outfielder that's played in this ballpark, it's hard to hear the sound of the bat. It really is. And for Barger, as he's getting closer and closer, the proximity of the fans make it louder and louder. You kind of lose a sense of space. You don't know where Guerrero is. It's very unsettling. They're lucky they got the out.
So now Freddie Freeman. I think it's a good point because you and I, we wear the headphones. We hear that back crack microphone. It's kind of easy. Oh, he didn't hit that well at all. Just a little pop up. A lot harder for Barger, just inside Scherzer. Ball one to Freeman.
I'm watching Mookie's reaction. He was trying so hard to move Ohtani at third base.
You see those numbers from Freeman. Swings and misses. 1 run batted in the playoffs. He has not had a single hit in the postseason with a runner in scoring position.
I mean, it's market correction at some point.
Freeman pops that one up. Should be playable. Clement from third crosses over the foul line. Now drifts back into fair territory. That's out number 2.
You hear this all the time from a pitcher. You get that second out, you cannot have a letdown. And for the Dodgers, this is the benefit of Will Smith. He has been their best hitter, most consistent.
And these are the kind of at-bats Billy Weaves 3 for 7 of the World Series home run, 4 runs batted in. The Dodgers haven't scored that many runs. He's driven in 4 of them. And he goes after the first pitch. So often in these at-bats we see him center field, right field, that up the middle approach.
It's a professional approach. You're at your bet. You have so much more margin for error when you're trying to hit the ball hard up the middle and not afraid to go opposite field.
2 down after the Ohtani leadoff double. Scherzer trying to get through it and right in there. Strike 2.
Will Smith's been hot. 6-game hitting streak, 409 batting average. He's also 3 for 7 with runners in runners in scoring position this postseason.
0-2 to Will Smith. In the dirt. Blocked by Kirk just to keep Ohtani at second. Maybe not as big a deal with 2 outs as opposed to 1, but still a lot of extra ways to score a run if that runner is at third as opposed to second. Here's the 1-2. Smith, did he go? No. That was pretty close.
I think for Max Scherzer as a 41-year-old, you know, the 2019 version of Max Scherzer could probably reach back and just get the 98. He doesn't have that right here.
Kept that bat back. 2-2. Ball high. Well, he's got 96 in the first inning. But from 0-2, Will Smith has worked the count full. And you got a guy on deck in Muncy. Dave Roberts changed the lineup tonight. A left-handed hitter behind Will Smith instead of the struggling Teoscar Hernandez. So first base is open, but I don't think Scherzer wants to get through Smith if he can. 3-2. That one is fouled away.
Something special about watching Max Scherzer. He just has a different mound presence.
The list of former Dodgers to start against LA in the World Series. Scherzer was with this team in 2021. And a swing and a miss. He gets it with the curveball. So Scherzer works around the leadoff double. Ohtani stranded. That was good pitching by the 41-year-old.
It's great to see.
Blue Jays star shortstop second baseman Bo Bichette hadn't played in more than a month. Started game 1, and Spilly, it was clear he's not back to 100%.
He's not back to 100% with 3 games in a row. We're going to have to watch. It's almost like spring training load management, but he was so impactful game 1. Had the hit, had a walk, a defensive gem at second base. That was the first time he had a major league start at second. And we're talking to John Schneider today. Said, hey, we really need his bat in the lineup. It just changes what we see, but you'll watch him. He is not running well. The speed is not there. He's not going to be explosive, but you're going to take his bat.
He helped to win game 1 despite those limitations. Wasn't in the starting lineup, had a pinch hit at bat in game 2. And John Schneider, as you said, we talked about his star with the Blue Jays manager before the game today, said he's feeling a little better. And part of it is just getting the game conditioning, so getting a game under his belt, having a day of rest, and then a full day off. Takes ball 1 to start the second. No score, game 3. Bichette, when he's in there, he's hitting behind Vladdy. He's the cleanup hitter tonight.
I mean, you go through the season and the numbers he put up, he was their best RBI guy. He had the most RBIs for the Blue Jays.
He had a great year. Yeah. Might have helped him out there. 97 miles an hour up, but he went through. 8 pitches in the first inning. Tied for the fewest in a start all year for Tyler Glasnow, who is not necessarily known for his efficiency on the mound. 3-1. We also asked Schneider about the approach against Glasnow. One point he made was, you're not going to foul a ton of pitches off. If you're going to get that pitch count up, most of the time it's going to be through takes. He's just hard to hit.
He's hard to hit. All this stuff moves too much.
A good hitter's count for Bo Bichette. And he lines one up the middle. That's going to get down for the first hit of the game for the Blue Jays. 100% or not, it's what Bichette does.
Center fielder number 5.
He had the best batting average of any hitter in baseball after the All-Star break.
Yeah, he's an amazing hitter. Gets a fastball. Glasnow threw all fastballs, 4-seam and 2-seams, trying to steal a quick, easy out. That's what Glasnow's looking to do with his fastball. We also know the Blue Jays, they are really aggressive in the strike zone, but they won't chase.
So now Dalton Varsho had a huge home run in game one. Kind of started the offense in this World Series for Toronto. Took a curveball down low. That's his only hit in the World Series. This is a big one. And they need him. He missed a lot of the year, but when he is in there, he is a powerful presence. 2-0. Second straight Blue Jays hitter here in the second to get ahead of the count. Glasnow also is a guy, Spilly, who will give up steals. Now, we don't expect Bo Bichette to be going anywhere. Varsho fouls that one out of play. And neither of these teams have been doing much running at all in the World Series or in the postseason at large.
The Blue Jays take more pride in running the bases, going first to third, taking advantage of a single.
If you were ever going to do it, tonight might be the night. Glasnow doesn't typically do a great job against the running game. 3-1. (17 for 17) would-be base stealers, going all the way back to July of last year. It's been a long time since he and the Dodgers threw anybody out when he's on the mound. Varsho, wow, that pitch was just called a ball. Now it's a strike, and Varsho still doesn't know. And now they have Bichette off the bag, and they're going to tag him out. Oh my goodness! Now John Schneider has an argument here. Bichette couldn't hear the strike call. Varsho tossed the bat away and was headed towards first. That doesn't seem right to me.
Well, first off, it was a ball, and the reaction of Varsho, it's hard to hear here. But this just can't happen. If you're Bo Bichette, you have to make sure that it's a true walk, and the umpires will tell you that's ball 4. That can't happen. So here's the pitch. It's a fastball up. You can tell it's out of the strike zone. Varsho immediately throws the bat. You get a late strike call. Now he's vocal, but you can't hear it at first.
Yeah, and you saw the deke there. That's what got Bichette. Varsho fouls this one back over our heads. I mean, that you can watch from high up above. All right, Bichette was going back then when Varsho tosses the bat away after that hesitation. Two things could be true. You're right. That can't happen to Bo Bichette. That does not feel right to me, though. Varsho, another foul ball.
And regular season baseball, completely different than the postseason. Getting a leadoff base runner on in the postseason is a rally. It's those 27 outs are precious.
3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. And now maybe you can't play that game, but now it really feels like a huge play. Glasnow gave up the leadoff single. Very lucky that it's not 2 on, nobody out.
Well, now Varsho is going to have the opportunity to steal second base, so get into scoring position. Might see a pick before Glasnow even throws a pitch, just to keep him close.
Alejandro Kirk, who had a great game 1, lines a base hit on the first pitch he sees into right field. Varsho, one of the fastest Blue Jays, tearing around second. He'll make it to third easily. And the Blue Jays, first and third, 1 out. And that the play against Bichette is looming larger and larger as the rally goes. This is just one more look at what happened. All right, Varsho thought no, and that's where really Bichette got totally fooled.
Yeah, as soon as Varsho threw the bat, you see that's when Bichette releases to second base.
Well, Kirk with the base hit. Now Addison Barger. Some good at bats here for the Jays against Glasnow. Foul ball.
How about Alejandro Kirk out of Tijuana, Mexico? He's been so good. And watch Varsho just cutting the pillows, inside portion of the bag. That's where you're supposed to hit it.
So you got his speed at third. That's a factor here. 0-1. Barger hits a little slow dribbler. Now behind in the count, 0-2. Not where you want to be against Glasnow, who would love to get the strikeout. Blue Jays can get the first run of the game home even without a hit.
see Barger's. You can sense, like, you feel this pressure now. First and third, your 2-strike ditch. Glasnow's hunting strikeout. Notice how these guys are breathing. They're trying to slow their heart rate down. Slowing the heart rate slows down their mind.
First and third, 1 out, 0-2 the count. Barger goes down swinging on a high fastball. That's huge. To put it in play, Blue Jays couldn't quite do it there in a spot where they had a great chance to get a run home.
Third baseman, number 22, Ernie Clement.
And Glasnow just looking for a top rail fastball for the punch out. Great place to go with 2 strikes. It looks good. It's like junk food. Just don't eat it.
That was perfect execution from Glasnow. Now Ernie Clement. First and third, 2 down. He swings at the first pitch. It's a sinking liner, and it's going to be caught in center field by Pages. The Blue Jays threaten. A very weird play was huge in that second inning, and partially because of that, they do not score. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Still 0-0 in L.A.
Muncy flies one in the air to left center. Back at the wall, and it's gone! It's over! Muncy, a walk-off home run to win Game 3 in the 18th.
Well, one of the longest playoff games in history, and that was back in 2018. Max Muncy has been a star in LA for a long time. He's going to lead off in the bottom of the second.
Well, Max Muncy, earlier in April, he started wearing these glasses, has astigmatism in his left eye. He's right-eye dominant. The left eye wasn't working quite as well. These glasses allow his eyes to work as a pair again. He throws the glasses on, he goes back to looking like Max Muncy.
He hit a big home run in Game 2 in the Dodgers win. He skies this one to right field. Barger coming in, and Max Scherzer has the first out on 1 pitch in the bottom of the second. So Muncy retired, and up comes Teoscar Hernandez, who has not had a hit in this series, has drawn 1 walk, 0 for 7, Philly with 5 strikeouts.
I think it's fair to say he's been very passive. I mean, there's times, and I felt like in Toronto he wanted to, get a big hit against his former club.
He hit that massive home run against the Phillies. What was that, Game 1 of the series in Philadelphia, where the Dodgers were behind most of the game, and he turns it around. And since then, just not a whole lot from a guy who's been a star for LA. Close pitch, called a ball. He swings over top that slider. 1-1. Pops that one up. And we'll see. Guerrero coming over, and just no room. This is the one we were talking about in Game 1 in Philadelphia, where the Phillies were primed to take a series lead. That was the biggest swing, I think, of the whole series.
It was a huge swing, 3-run shot, especially given the time and the nature of what the Phillies were doing. The Phillies felt like, and going back, and this was probably the best chance for the Philadelphia Phillies to get back to the World Series, given their roster. That was a death blow by Teoscar.
Ball the inside. I mean, the Phillies had a better record than LA. They had home field advantage in that division series. Their star-studded team. They had a lead for most of that game. That was one of the biggest swings of the whole postseason. Since then, though, Teoscar quiet. 2-2. And he drives that one to deep left field. This one is gone! I think the Dodgers are saying, well, that's a little more like it.
It's 109 off the bat now. As you're watching, Teoscar gets a hung slider from Max Scherzer. We talked about Scherzer's probably going to try to spin the Dodgers. And when you get a slider that's kind of screaming, hit me, well, you can hear it screaming all the way to the Dodgers bullpen.
Tommy Edman swings through a high fastball. It's 0-2 to Edman.
How do you think this one felt?
Pretty good.
Off the bat, no doubter. That ball's blistered.
And who knows, maybe you're right, going back to Toronto might have taken him out of his comfort zone a little bit. 6 years with the Blue Jays, a lot of success there. Edman lays off the pitch from Scherzer.
And from the Blue Jays perspective, you know, you talk about momentum. You get out of the inning in the second. You get the weird play with Bo Bichette.
Got it. Edman goes through a high slider. 2 down. So 2 outs, and the other Hernandez in the lineup for the Dodgers. Kike will come up against Scherzer. It's just a solo home run, 1-0 LA. And I think overall, I mean, that was a big mistake pitch in a 2-strike count, but overall Scherzer's throwing the ball pretty well.
He looks much better.
2 down. Kike Hernandez takes strike 1.
This is the Scherzer we saw against the Seattle Mariners. Fastball velocity's up a click.
3-time Cy Young Award winner, Max Scherzer, who is not one of the game's most dominant pitchers any longer, but trying to turn back the clock here in this World Series. 0-2 to Kike.
Ball.
And all these years later, it's still the same game
1-2.
face. Here's one of the all-time competitors on the mound. Kike, one of the all-time Dodgers playoff performers.
Ball.
2-2.
Well, he made him a small adjustment yesterday during the workout. He was opening up so the front shoulder was not aligned the way he wants to. Now you'll see him right here. You'll see him tuck his left shoulder, trying to make sure that shoulder, the hip stays square so the barrel stays in the strike zone.
Foul tip, and in and out of the mid of Kirk. So he stays alive.
That's the part, you know, we try to re-emphasize all the time. These players, even in the World Series, are still tinkering. They're still trying to get their swing, their body right.
Fouled away. Some of that too, sometimes you think the Dodgers had 6 off days between the championship series and the World Series. And baseball's such a game of routine, of playing every day. Sometimes you do wonder whether hitters, maybe something like that can creep in without even knowing it.
Ball. 3-2.
I think the Blue Jays right now have to be feeling a little picked on with the balls and strikes.
96 right at the bottom, well received from Alejandro Kirk. It's by a thread.
Full count, 3-2. Hernandez goes down swinging. So Scherzer gets him and retires his side. But Teoscar Hernandez, without a hit in the first 2 games of this World Series, he's done that so often in a Dodgers uniform, puts LA ahead 1-0. You know, it's interesting, Spilly. You think about the way the second inning unfolded for the Blue Jays. It all started with that. A pitch that clearly to us looked like a ball was called a strike. It fooled Varsho. It fooled Bo Bichette. It led to just kind of a free out. Bichette was headed to second. Didn't know that it was called a strike, and he gets tagged out by Freeman. Blue Jays would rally after that. I understand Vladdy's reaction, and this is why next year, if you think about why are they going to implement an ABS challenge system of balls, it's really for a play like that.
It should be, and you know, you see it. You also understand Mark Wegner behind home plate is one of the best ball strike callers in the sport, but you want to make sure you're getting all of these calls right.
And you can just sort of envision what a beautiful scene, sun setting behind us in Southern California. If our show just immediately challenges that call and it gets overturned and he goes to first base, Blue Jays might be in the lead in this game. Instead, it's 1-0 Dodgers, third inning. And the ninth place hitter, Jimenez, takes strike one from Glasnow.
Well, and the Dodgers this year, or especially in the postseason, they're 7-2 if they score first.
Jimenez has had some offensive contribution in this postseason for the Blue Jays. Now down to the count 0-2. Great defender. Glasnow gave up a hit, a walk, a hit to start the second inning, but got through it with no damage done. And a big reason why was that sequence we just showed. 0-2. Jimenez fouls it off. And Mark Wegner is a good umpire. He is. And no umpire is going to be perfect. That's kind of the whole point of the system. It's a hard job. Oh, 2 off the outside. Glasnow waiting for the one he wanted from Will Smith. Took a while to get that sign. Jimenez, slow roller towards second. Edman has to charge. Edman gets him. Jimenez not happy with that. One out, and George Springer will be warmly greeted by these Dodgers fans.
Yeah, they welcome him with boos.
That's not going to change tonight, tomorrow, or Wednesday.
I remember Barry Bonds said you never hear a good player getting booed or a bad player getting booed.
Yeah.
You have to be good to get booed.
Springer struck out his first time up tonight. On the ground up the middle. Betts far to his left. Has it. Betts got it. Two down.
How about Mookie Betts? 17 defensive runs saved on the season. He has a chance to win a Gold Glove this year. Watch him ranging to his left. This is a right fielder. Natural infielder. Played the season at short. Was fantastic. We watch him. He comes out 3 different times before the game and fields grounders.
I mean, he might well win a Gold Glove this year, which is amazing. Spent the first many years of his big league career as an outfielder almost exclusively. That one called the ball. That was right at the bottom of the strike zone. Ball one to Lucas. Saw only one pitch in his first at bat. 2-0. Lucas is not a guy who's typically going to beat you with power. Not to say he can't do it, but his job in a lot of ways is to set the table for the guy who's on deck. So a 2-0 count. I would not be surprised if Lucas is taking. He's not taking. Swung away. Then a second baseman, then a shortstop, mostly been an outfielder. I mean, he was the greatest right fielder in the game defensively for so many years. And don't let those shortstop numbers fool you, because this year it got a whole lot better for Mookie by the eye test, by the numbers, by everything. He's just been awesome. Won 6 Gold Gloves in the outfield and said, you know what, I'll be a shortstop now.
No. Well, by playing shortstop, that was a position of weakness for the Dodgers from an offensive standpoint. So they were hoping, it would allow Michael Conforto to play a little bit more. Put Teoscar there. You could put Pages at center. It could create maybe more opportunities for other players, so you can optimize the Dodgers lineup.
Two. Got it. And nasty down and in hard breaker for his third strikeout in the first 3 innings. Now Mookie Betts with an excellent defensive play, and he'll be coming up in the bottom of the third. Never ceases to amaze. 1-0 Dodgers lead. Well, before Game 3 here in Los Angeles, on the field pregame, Mookie Betts, he's a great athlete, he's a great player, he's also a model citizen off the field. He was announced as the 2025 Roberto Clemente Award winner, one of the highest honors that Major League Baseball gives out every year.
It's amazing. The humanitarian that Roberto Clemente was, 3,000 career hits, passed away with the humanitarian effort. And to have this award, and for Mookie for the rest of his career, he's allowed to wear number 21 on his hat to symbolize what that award means.
Truly one of the all-time great players, and then put everything that he did for baseball, for humanity off the field, Roberto Clemente. And it's great that MLB honors him in the way that they do. We continue to remember his legacy. Congratulations to Mookie Betts, this year's Clemente Award winner. It's almost annoying. Like, he's too good.
He's too good.
He's good at everything he does, on the field, off the field. Andy Pages down 0-1 against Scherzer, and now down 0-2. Pages, he's struggled this postseason. He's struggled in his whole playoff career. He's a good regular season player, was one of the Dodgers' most consistent players this year.
He had 27 home runs, played a solid center field. He continues to chase pitches outside the strike zone.
Meanwhile, for Scherzer, this pitch number 38. He and the Blue Jays trailing 1-0. Fouled away. Top of the order due up next. Ball 1-2. And for the Jays manager, you watch Scherzer on the mound. John Schneider wants to get as much as he can out of Scherzer, but it's a fine line, right? Kirk gave it a look, but that one's over the backstop.
And Dave, ideally, if you're Max Scherzer and you can give 2 turns through the lineup, so anywhere between 21 at the most 23 batters faced, and to keep the damage limited, that's a fantastic outing for Max.
So far, so good. Dodgers on the Teoscar Hernandez have the 1-0 lead. Pages, that one is playable on the infield. It'll be Bichette playing second base again tonight. One away. And here comes Ohtani. A 3-time MVP against a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. 2 of the all-time greats. Ball. Soon to be 4-time MVP, by the way.
No question.
Ohtani, who doubled in his first at bat tonight. After a high slider.
As a curveball down and in that Ohtani hit for the double.
He may not see another one of those.
I doubt it.
High pitch, this time a fastball, 1-2. Use his timeout. And it is interesting. It's hard to kind of explain this. You feel like it almost should be the opposite. First time against a pitcher in the postseason, he's been Ohtani. After that, really struggled. It's that one foul, and it got a big piece of Alejandro Kirk. Right off his mask. Mark Wegner's going to give him a minute.
Well, we always pay attention. Watch the umpire. Usually if the umpire has to hold you up, that means your bell just got rung.
Nobody likes that one.
No.
Still 1-2. Ohtani yanks that one foul. We did get another curveball.
Yeah, for Scherzer, if you're going to throw the curveball, you almost want it to land in the dirt. But now you can go back to the high fastball.
1-2. Ohtani to deep right field. Down the line. Gone. He threw the fastball up, and Ohtani was ready for it.
There's just not enough on the fastball to get past Ohtani, and for Shohei, he's going to pitch tomorrow, by the way.
Here's Mookie, swing and a miss. 6th home run of the playoffs for Ohtani. It's almost like coming back here to Dodger Stadium has turned him into his normal self. That's skies that one to left. I said 6. It was 7th home run for Ohtani this playoffs.
Watch how he coils and how he's still able to control his barrel. He was almost looking in, and I think it makes sense, right? You get pounded inside, kind of follow that sequence. Hitters can start to guess. Man, the amount of torque and the ground force that Ohtani creates. It's a 1-of-1.
There's Freddie Freeman. 2-0 Dodgers. Now both of their home run. That one called a ball. Statcast thought that was right in the strike zone. Ball 1 to Freeman. A lot of missed ball and strike calls in the first 3 innings of this game. 2-0.
And for Max Scherzer, he doesn't have enough margin for error to miss first pitch strikes.
Yeah. Bullpen still quiet for the Blue Jays. Foul back. Freeman popped out his first time up here in game 3. He takes this one low. 3-1. That's ball 4. A 2-out walk means base runner for Will Smith. And I know it's only the 3rd inning, but I would imagine the Blue Jays now are starting to think about their options behind Scherzer.
No question. We're starting to see a little bit movement right now in the Blue Jays bullpen. We're still not seeing very aggressive swings from the Dodgers. Still a lot of foul balls. He's around the strike zone, so your concern obviously is with Scherzer. He has to pitch on the edges. If he's not getting the edges, that's when he starts thinking about the next move. And here's the toughest part for Max Scherzer. Will Smith is not going to chase anything around the edges.
Rarely will Will Smith help you out. So 2-out base runner, Freeman at first. Smith against Scherzer. Ball well off the outside, ball 1. We got a long way to go in this game. A little cue shot that is going to stay foul. Vlad was waiting to see it. Had some weird spin on it. You never know. Every once in a while, one of those will spin back fair.
Well, especially with this Bermuda grass here at Dodger Stadium, it's almost like the surface of a pool table. You're hoping you had enough English to make a trick shot.
'57th pitch for Scherzer coming up here. Ball to strike. He got the low strike that time. 1-2. dirt.
Time.
Scherzer's 2-2 pitch. Freeman runs. Pitch way outside. Kirk throw. Tag. He is safe. But Freddie Freeman, 35 years old himself, stealing second base. Blue Jays checking with their video room to see if they want to challenge this one. They will.
Chris Woodward, the first base coach for the Dodgers, always says that Freddie Freeman's their smartest base runner. But it doesn't mean they're fastest. Good tag for Bo Bichette. Let's see if he got him on the shoulder before the foot gets in.
I think he did. Although we can't see that other foot. But yeah, I don't know from that angle.
After review, the call in the field stands. The runner is safe. Toronto has one challenge remaining.
I'm a little surprised by that one, but call stands. Blue Jays now down to one challenge. And a runner in scoring position with a full count to Will Smith. First steal of the World Series.
Everybody.
3-2. Smith, a soft liner into right field. That's a base hit. Freeman's going to be sent. Here comes a throw. It's there. He's tagged. He is out at home plate. What a throw by Addison Barger. Now you understand the Dodgers taking a little risk with 2 outs, but a tremendous throw by a guy who's got a great arm, and that ends the inning.
And the Blue Jays have their strongest arm in right field. Addison Barger, bam, bam. Bang, you're out at home.
Wow, what a throw. No hops right to the target. Freeman got the steal. Just not quite enough to get home and get in. But Ohtani's home run has added to the lead. It's 2-0 Dodgers through 3. I'll show you Ohtani's bat has come to life here back at Dodger Stadium. A double in the first. His 7th postseason home run in the 3rd. The greats love the greats. Magic Johnson here tonight, part of the Dodgers ownership group. That makes it 2-0 LA. Then the play, Billy, that ended the bottom of the 3rd.
Well, you got to take a chance if you're the Dodgers. First and third hits coming out of premium. Addison Barger, this ball was thrown at 99 miles an hour. Barger has broken StatCast for the Blue Jays. Has the hardest throw in the infield for the Blue Jays and from the outfield, and he shows off his arm. But the reason why you do that is because you want to put pressure on the defense. It had to be a perfect throw from Barger.
Ball. Had to be, and it was. So Freddie Freeman, who stole his way into scoring position. Will Smith gets another one of those hits with a runner in scoring position, but this time no runs. 2-0 fourth inning. And Glass now misses high, so he's fallen behind Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2-0. Vlad, who's had this amazing postseason. The last couple of games, though, the Dodgers have kept him much more quiet, including first time up tonight. 3-0.
If you're the Blue Jays, you're trying to elevate the pitch count for Tyler Glasnow. A lot of pitches missing up. It's also where he wants his fastball, is at the top of the strike zone, because it sets up the curveball.
That's a strike. It's an oversimplification. But if you go based on the first two games and based on how the playoffs have unfolded specifically for the Dodgers, the whole key to the series is, can the Blue Jays get into the Dodgers bullpen early? Even early-ish. You figure if they do, they have a huge advantage.
Yeah, you get in, even if it's the sixth inning. The Dodgers aren't quite sure how they're getting those bridge outs. They're not sure how they're going to get outs 12 through 9, 9 through 6, because then they know they have Roki Sasaki.
3-2. That's in the dirt, ball 4. So Guerrero draws the leadoff walk. That's the second walk issued by Tyler Glasnow. That brings up Bo Bichette with a runner aboard.
Number 11, Bo Bichette.
Bichette, who had a great year for the Blue Jays, hurt himself on a play at home plate in early September. Didn't play for the rest of September. Didn't play in the postseason until the World Series. Not once. Second start of this World Series, and he had to hit his first time up. Takes a curve in for a strike. Would have led the big leagues in hits by far if he'd stayed healthy. Breaks his bat, and it goes right under the glove of Edman. Oh my goodness. Guerrero going to third. And Tommy Edman, that with Bichette not running well, even though it wasn't hit hard, I think that had a great chance to be a double play. Instead, first and third, nobody out.
Well, every time you see a good team make a mistake, the other team takes advantage of it. For Bo Bichette, there's a little English. This is always a hard play for a second baseman when a right-hander hits it. But you see, just comes up too soon. He was already trying to make the turn to try to turn the double play versus field and then do it. And watch Bo. This is the best we've seen him run, and it's still not that good.
No. Wow. So a huge break for the Jays. Now Varsho, who drew a walk his first time up, takes strike one. Blue Jays had the big threat in the second inning, had the weird play in the middle of it that helped extinguish that threat. Varsho yanks it foul, and now he's behind the count 0-2. Tommy Edman just can't believe it. Varsho out to shallow left center. Kike Hernandez racing in to catch it, and no chance for Guerrero to even really bluff. It's a big first out for Glasnow and the Dodgers.
Blue Jays 0 for 2 now with scoring opportunities with hitters that have a chance to put the ball in play with an out and scoring a run. They haven't been able to punch through. Now with Alejandro Kirk, he's been probably one of the most clutch hitters in these scenarios, but he is a prime candidate for a double play.
Glasnow would love to get a ground ball, see if they could turn two. Kirk hits a fly ball left center field. Well hit. Pages going back. Still going back. He'll jump. It's gone! Kirk with a 3-run homer to put the Blue Jays ahead with one swing. Well, that's getting the run home and then some. It's 3-2. That ball just kept going. That error is looming very large. Another huge swing from Alejandro Kirk.
What a jugador, and as you're watching it, he paid attention to Varsho's at bat. He dropped a first pitch curveball in on Varsho, tries to do the same thing, 0-0. The elevated curveball, if you put your swing and barrel on it, you have a chance to elevate and drive. And he is so good.
Barger takes strike two. I mean, you see that, you think the hitter came up looking for that first pitch curveball.
Well, he came up looking for the sequence that Glasnow just had the pitch, the batter before.
Wow, this guy is something else. Ball in the dirt.
Thank you, Will.
Tyler Glasnow had faced 159 consecutive hitters without a home run before that swing. He has not been giving up the long ball. Blue Jays are ahead for the first time in this game. Now Barger takes in the dirt.
Well, it just goes to show so much information is transferred from hitters to each other, the coaches to the hitters. Glasnow started off 7 hitters with the curveball. Were they looking for it? Maybe not specifically. Were they ready for it? Yes.
2-2. Ball from 0-2 to 3-2. And here's where for the Dodgers it's so critical for Glasnow to try to settle back down. I mean, that's a gut punch. But we're only in the 4th inning. 3-2. Barger fouls it back. The point you made is such a good one from just a few moments ago about, for the Blue Jays, just getting him out of there and getting into the middle part of the Dodgers bullpen is a huge win. And he's only thrown 55 pitches, but this feels like a big one coming up here. 3-2. Barger lines one into right field, base hit. Well, you go back to the 2020 World Series wearing a different uniform against the Dodgers and against Max Muncy. That was the last time he gave up a home run in the postseason.
Pretty crazy. And you go back to the last home run that Glasnow's given up. You go to the regular season, it was against Corbin Carroll, August 30th.
Long time.
He just does not give up home runs. And we do know this. I've seen Glasnow pitch a lot. If you start being aggressive, if you start putting up some numbers against him, he can shake. There is some confidence in there that is, you don't want to say it's fragile, but it's, you can get to him in a way that some guys you can't get to. And obviously for Tommy Edman, he feels horrible. He wants to climb under second base. That error was huge.
Could have been double play, 2 outs, nobody on. Instead, first and third, nobody out. And then 1 hitter after that. The 3-run homer by Kirk. Still the 1 out here in the top of the 4th. After Barger's base hit, he's going to take off, and Clement fouls it back.
Well, Clement's always going to swing first pitch, so it's not a hit and run. That's Barger taking advantage of Glasnow. But you also have to allow Ernie Clement, if you're him and you see that big of a jump, try to take a pitch. It's also not his DNA.
No. And it was a good pitch to hit. He just fouled it off. Well, that was going to be a steal. That was a big jump. 1-1. Not running this time. Clement dunks one into right field. That's another hit. Barger around second. He'll head to third. So the Blue Jays offense has come to life here in the 4th inning. Back-to-back hits following the home run. And for Mark Pryor and Dave Roberts, they're having to consider now what's plan B.
Number 0, Andres.
Clement, after swinging a first pitch fastball, gets another fastball inside, little 2-seamer. He's just been really good. He keeps his hands in close to his body. He's not afraid to get jammed, and then you get to watch what the Blue Jays preach. Be aggressive on the bases.
I mean, you hear a lot. I do. Good hitters get jammed. Ernie Clement's a good hitter. 9-game hit streak in the playoffs for Clement. Jimenez, first and third, one out. Another one of these at-bats where you don't necessarily need a hit to get a run home.
Now, and I'd really like to see Ernie Clement try to steal second base, but there's also that risk reward. You want Andres Jimenez not to line out.
Dodgers might not even make a throw if Clement takes off. We'll see. He's not going. Jimenez hits one to center field. That's going to be plenty deep. Pages all the way back. He's got just enough room. Out number 2. Barger tags. Clement's tagging, and he's safe. Wow. A huge, huge risk by Ernie Clement. Because if he's out before Barger touches home plate, the run doesn't score. For now, that run's on the board. The Dodgers are looking in their video room. It's 4-2, and Dave Roberts is going to say no challenge.
Really gutsy from Ernie Clement. It is hit really well, but Pages has the strongest arm, and he had a ton of outfield assists this year. He had 10 outfield assists, and Ernie Clement challenged it.
So he just, I mean, barely got in there and then hung on for dear life on the bag. So a run in, it's 4-2. Springer takes down and in, ball 1. The other thing, you give credit to Barger for hustle, because if he touches the plate, even if Clement's out, if he gets there before the tag, the run would count. And Barger was hustling. A 4-run inning for the Blue Jays. Springer foul, back out of play. He had a fastball to hit there. Springer has good numbers career against Glasgow. He has great, obviously, World Series numbers. He's always hit well in this ballpark. That's a big part of the reason why he's getting booed. But so far tonight, a strikeout and a ground out. I think he'd like to see that last pitch again. And a 2.
Springer's going for the knockout blow, because if he gets a hit right here off Tyler Glasnow, his night is done. Anthony Banda is hot, ready for Nathan Lucas on deck.
And a 2. Springer held up in the dirt.
Time, I check.
2-2.
Blue Jays have done exactly what the game plan was, is try to get Glasnow out in a hurry.
Glasnow trying to find a way through this inning. How he steps off. He can do that twice with a runner on. Clement, great speed at second. 2-2. Tie.
3-2.
This becomes a huge pitch for Tyler Glasnow to stay in the game.
.27 pitches in the inning for Glasnow. 3-2. Springer strikes out swinging on the curveball, and it might have been ball 4. An error was huge, and then the Blue Jays and their catcher took advantage of it big time. Evan couldn't feel the ground ball. Gave Kirk the chance with one swing. Puts the Blue Jays ahead. It's now 4-2 Toronto. Mad Max Scherzer, 41 years old. The first 41-year-old to start a World Series game since 2008. Jamie Moyer, who was spinning it in there for the Phillies. Jamie Moyer had a long, distinguished big league career. Much different kind of pitcher than Max Scherzer. Max, he's been a power pitcher for his career. Tonight's Philly, his fastball's got a little extra zip.
A little extra giddy up for Max Scherzer. 95 miles an hour is the average. It was 93.6. The difference in 3 inches, it may not seem like a lot, but when it's well located, that's just enough to miss the barrel.
So Scherzer now for the first time pitching with a lead. 2 solo home runs for the Dodgers. Strike one to Max Muncy, but a 3-run homer plus a sacrifice fly for the Blue Jays in the top of this 4th inning.
Well, Max knows this. This is a huge moment for Max because you need a shutdown inning.
1 to Muncy. Almost hit him. 1-1.
You got to find a way through this portion of the Dodgers lineup. You cannot allow this part of the lineup to build an inning.
Once he pulls it foul. You know, the other thing about Scherzer, there's so much history with Max Scherzer. He is only the 2nd player ever, this one kind of surprised me a little bit, to play for 4 different teams in a World Series. 4 different uniforms in a World Series. Lonnie Smith, the only other guy in the history of baseball to do that. Officially tonight into the World Series for the Blue Jays. A fair ball. Guerrero's going to take it himself for out number 1. And you go back to 2012 with the Tigers. Max Scherzer, a young, just flamethrower. 2019, the Nationals wouldn't have won that World Series without him. He was unbelievable that postseason. Appeared in a game for the Rangers and was a part of a win, a very important game for Texas in 2023. And here he is a couple years later at age 41 in a Blue Jays uniform. Teoscar Hernandez homered his first time up tonight. Takes a big aggressive hack there at a first pitch fastball.
Well, Scherzer understands this inning is so important. He has to stay in the strike zone.
Five home runs in the playoffs despite all the struggles.
Watch in.
Inside 1-1, we're starting to see a little bit of that velocity start to tick down. 66 maximum intensity pitches. The breaking ball 1-2.
We're talking about all the different World Series Max Scherzer has pitched in. How about Dave Stewart and Max Scherzer are the only 2 pitchers to have worn a Dodgers and a Blue Jays jersey and pitch in a World Series.
It's good company, Dave Stewart.
Yeah, I love Dave Stewart as a Blue Jay in the World Series.
One of the greats of his era. Now Hernandez stays alive. Slider down and away. We're getting right about at the point where, when we were chatting with the Blue Jays manager before the game, 70 pitch threshold is, even if things are going well, that's kind of the point where he starts to watch real closely. Hernandez to right field. Barcher is going to slow up and make the catch short of the warning track. 2 down. Talking about guys who played for both the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. Paul Quantrill, the Canadian native. Ted Lilly, left-hander at great stuff. A lot of big curveballs from Ted Lilly. There's Dave Stewart. How about Unjin Ryu?
Ryu's so good with the Dodgers, and then the man right now, Mad Max.
Pitchers who've worn both uniforms. Tommy Edman asked for time before Scherzer throws a pitch. I saw Sean Green, I'm not a pitcher, but I saw Sean Green here before the game tonight, a great Blue Jay and Dodgers slugger. Strike 1 to Tommy Edman. Edman, you know he wants to do something offensively to help make up for a big defensive mistake that opened the door for the Blue Jays to go ahead in this game. Ball. 1-1.
He tries so hard to only give 27 outs. And that was the thing we talk about this Blue Jays from a defensive standpoint. I can't remember an out that they've given the opponent this postseason.
Edman pops it up. Third baseman Clement underneath it. Well, it's 4 innings for Scherzer. And who knows, he may go in the dugout and yell at his manager, I'm not coming out of this game.
Why not?
We're through 4 in LA. Game 3 of the World Series. Blue Jays have a 4-2 lead.
Well, for Tyler Glass now, the Blue Jays are throwing their best plan against him through 4 innings. First pitch swings, there's been 8 of them. 4 on the curveball. We talked about 7 first pitch curveballs that Tyler Glasnow has thrown. You have 3 on the sinker, 1 on the 4-seam. You can see some of the damage done against Glasnow, and it's really been Alejandro Kirk. An amazing player, an amazing hitter to watch hit. First pitch fastball up, shoots it right field. And then in the 4th inning, the hanging curveball in the first pitch. 3-run shot. Got the Blue Jays on the board. Blue Jays leading 4-2.
10 first pitch curveballs tonight for Tyler Glasnow. All year he had thrown 10 first pitch curveballs in a start. Clearly part of his game plan, and clearly the Blue Jays have adjusted to that. So the 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for Toronto. Nate Lucas, left-handed hitter, takes inside, ball 1. You got Lucas, then Guerrero, then another right-hander, Bichette. After that, a left-hander, Varsho. I figure Dave Roberts thinking about getting through Bichette and then maybe turning to somebody else if the inning is continuing.
Yeah, my guess is both sides, both pitchers are pretty close to batter. I mean, you're at that portion of the game where you're going to start seeing the bullpens and those doors opening up.
Lucas, wild swing on a curveball that bounced.
Still not a lot of swing and miss for Glasnow. It's only his 8th whiff. It's a guy that 45% of the time during regular season got swings and misses.
1-2.
I'm good. Yeah, got me in a good spot. Thank you.
Good spot meaning it doesn't hurt that much. He survived it. That was the voice of Mark Wegner, the home plate umpire. He wears the shin guards just like the catcher does for that reason. Two and 2 to Lucas with Vlad Jr. on deck. Full count 3-2.
3-2.
It's a big pitch in this game right here for Glasnow. Three-2. Lucas fouls it off. Lucas drew a huge walk in game 1. Really big part of a historically great inning, a 9-run inning for the Blue Jays.
He talks about his approach, hitting in the 2-hole right in front of Vlad Guerrero. His job is to get on base for Vlad Guerrero. That's it.
So we'll see another 3-2. Fights that one off foul. He's a pest.
He's a pest, a 9-year minor league player. Got his opportunity. He's been hurt so many different times in his career, considered walking away. Ross Atkins and the Blue Jays, they said, come on, you still got it.
Time.
Now he uses time.
Pretty amazing when you have somebody from a front office give you enough support and love to make you believe that you do have a chance to make it to the big leagues.
Makes a difference. Certainly did for this guy. 3-2. That's high, ball 4. Not close. He draws the walk. That's his job to start the 5th inning with the big boys coming up now. Not what Dave Roberts was hoping for. And the only guy he's got up in the bullpen is the lefty Banda again. So that just, I mean, that tells us you got Guerrero and Bichette. You have a hard time believing that he'd be bringing in Banda to face either of those two. Right on the outside corner, good pitch. Perfect location. Guerrero, who walked and started the rally last inning, scored on that Kirk home run. He hits this one foul. He's behind in the count 0-2.
Well, now if you're Nathan Lucas, you feel comfortable if there's a count to steal an 0-2 count. Usually you don't want to steal and disrupt when you have your best hitter at the plate, because you can disrupt a hitter just with the movement. But at 2 strikes, you might see him take off.
Not going here. Ball off the outside. I mean, again, we showed it earlier, but Glasnow, he's just more vulnerable than almost anybody else in the game to the steal. So even a team that doesn't run a whole lot, you're looking to pick a spot. Not a huge lead for Lucas. Guerrero hits that one to shallow right. Oscar Hernandez, one away. Big first out to get through Guerrero.
Second baseman, Bo Bichette.
And now Bichette. One of the key moments in this game, Bichette, after the Guerrero walk last inning, hit that ground ball to second that went under the glove of Tommy Edman instead of maybe a double play. First and third, nobody out. Blue Jays offense really took advantage of the mistake. That's what you said as soon as it happened. You do that against a good team, you get burned.
You get burned because they have enough hitters in their lineup to burn you with them.
Again, just watching Lucas with that lead over there.
Yeah.
Bichette, they call that a swing. That pitch was not close to being a strike.
Well, 1-1 is a swing count. It's also a great count historically to run in because you either get a fastball or it's an off-speed pitch. So it could be an action count.
Way outside. 2-1 the count, although Glasnow has not really come close to throwing a strike yet. 2-1's another count where you could, but with those big misses, I don't know. Maybe the final hitter for Glasnow in the game. Oh, wow. He has not thrown a strike yet, and instead of ball four, it's 2-2. That's a hitter who looks like he's missed a month plus.
Yes, well, now watch what Bo Bichette's going to do. He's going to eliminate the leg kick, so the big movement's about to be gone. He's been doing this since he was a kid. His dad, Dante Bichette, taught him how to create this two-strike approach. You'll see he's widening out, and he's just going to use his hands.
There goes the runner. Drive foul. Well, that's what he did. No leg kick. And he fouled it away.
5 or 4? 4. Okay.
With 2 strikes, Bichette hit .253 this season. Sounds like a modest number. It's one of the best batting averages with 2 strikes of any hitter in the game. 2 strikes, the pitcher has the big advantage. And a lot of those hits come up the middle into right field. 2-2. Slow roller, third base side. Muncy will let it go foul. Even with Bichette not running real well, Muncy was content to let that go foul.
Smart play for Max Muncy. He goes and grabs that. You can see, he could tell that it was starting to wiggle its way out to be foul. There's Bo again. He really is compromised running.
Pickoff throw. Lucas gets back safely. Probably called from the dugout.
For sure. Well, and the question has always been with Glasnow, because he is a high leg kick, why doesn't he go to a slide step? He's too big for his body to catch up.
Called strike 3 on the inside corner. 2 down. Just as we thought, with Varsho coming up, here comes Dave Roberts. So Banda, the lefty's coming in for the Dodgers. Runner at first, 2 down. Blue Jays up 4-2. Pitching change back to LA right after this. Darton Varsho had a very eventful game 1 in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, when you start squaring up somebody, especially if you're Dalton Varsho, and you hit the first home run off Blake Snell this season, and it was the first hit that Blake Snell gave up to the lefty all postseason as well. Massive.
So now Banda takes over. The thing about Varsho, so he had a chance early in that game, came back and hit the home run against Snell to tie the game up. He has had the reverse splits thing going all year. I mean, he has really hit lefties well. Way outside from Banda, who had a rough appearance for LA out of the bullpen in game 1 of this World Series.
They gave up the grand slam to Addison Barger, then a 2-run shot to Alejandro Kirk.
Varsho Kind of a wild swing and miss there. It's 1-1.
Some wild swings the last two at bats, Dave. I mean, I didn't love Bo Bichette's at bat against Glasnow. He really chased.
Varsho pops it up. So Banda comes out of the bullpen. It'll be Mookie Betts taking over on the infield to catch it. Glasnow knocked out of the game. The Blue Jays happy about that, but they don't score in the top of the fifth. Scherzer back to the mound with a 4-2 Toronto lead. The long ball has been a huge part of the story of this game 3. Series tied 1 game apiece. We're in the middle innings now, bottom of the fifth. Max Scherzer, the 41-year-old starter for Toronto, still out there on the mound. Blue Jays down 2-0, now leading 4-2. And the 8-9-1 hitters do against Scherzer.
Critical for Max Scherzer. We talked about the shutdown inning. He got it. This inning, you almost act as if it's batter to batter.
Kike Hernandez.
Ball.
Inside, ball 1.
And I'm looking down in the Blue Jays bullpen. They have Mason Fluharty, who's ready for Shohei Ohtani, but that's 2 doors down.
They also have Louis Varland, the right-hander, warming up. So 2 different pitchers for Toronto getting loose. Fouled away. What's going to be fascinating is if Scherzer gets these first 2 hitters, 2 outs, nobody on, does John Schneider let him face Shohei Ohtani?
Me personally, no, but I'm not in that position.
You don't have to get yelled at if you take him out. Swing. Gonna miss 1-2. Ohtani tonight is 2 for 2 with a double and a homer against Scherzer. There's the double barrel action. Fluharty, the left-hander, Varland, the right-hander.
And if you're the Blue Jays, you treat this game as a must-win, almost like a Game 7. You have to protect the lead at all costs.
Tip. Okay. Once again, got Alejandro Kirk. Robleski, the left-hander, in the Dodgers bullpen. That makes you think, since he's already started to warm up, we'll see him in the 6th inning. Up the middle, base hit. A 2-strike hit for Kike Hernandez, and that's huge. Pete Walker, pitching coach, checking to see if everybody's ready down there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're counting, if it's going the way I was saying, batter to batter, then you would go to Louis Varland here and take a chance against Ohtani and Betts. You're just trying to prevent this inning from having too many base runners on.
Now Pages. I think Fluharty's numbers, I know it's not many at bats, but he's been very effective against Ohtani. That might be winning the day right now. 1-1 to Pages. Hernandez over at first. Pages out to right field. In the ballpark. Barger under it. Out number 1. So Ohtani coming up, and he's not going to face Max Scherzer here, and this is why.
Well, impact point for Shohei Ohtani. It's actually deeper than you think. Right on the plate, he's just so strong. 7 homers this postseason. Had the big one off Max Scherzer. Scherzer's begging to stay in, but John Schneider's like, not tonight, big guy.
And I think as competitive as Scherzer is, he wants to stay in. He also understands this is a World Series game. And so Scherzer will give the ball to the left-hander with Ohtani coming up in a 2-run ball game. Scherzer pitched his heart out, and I think he understands the situation. He's as competitive as there's ever been in this game, but he was not giving John Schneider any grief for that decision with Ohtani and what he's done tonight. 2 for 2, goes after the first pitch from the new pitcher, the left-hander Mason Fluharty, who has done an excellent job overall, and particularly against Ohtani.
Yeah, I love watching this kid out of Delaware pitch. It's an impossible task when you're facing arguably the best player we might have ever seen in our lifetime. But he comes after him with a sweeping slider.
Ball.
Outside with that slider, 1-1. And he's faced Ohtani 3 times regular season, postseason. He struck him out all 3 times. A lot of sweepers. Runner at first, Ohtani, the tying run at the plate.
Ball.
Outside, he took that slider, 2-1.
Fluharty's on the extreme first base side of the rubber, so you'll see him. He's closed off, which makes it a really unique look, left on left.
2-1 pitch. Ohtani, he takes the ball, 3-1.
Let's see if he goes back to the sweeper, if he throws the cutter.
Three-one pitch. Ohtani fouls it off. Stayed with the sweeper.
That was a miss from Fluharty. Got away with one to Ohtani. Ohtani, in that pitch, we've seen him drive.
Ohtani, who has had a 2-home-run game in the wild card series, had the 3-home-run game, an all-timer against the Brewers in the championship series, already with a homer and a double tonight. All eyes on Ohtani. 3-2, the pitch. He drives that one out towards left center, into the gap. It's going to get down, one hop up against the wall, and then it's bobbled out there by Lucas. Coming around third, Hernandez, he'll score, and it's a 1-run game. Ohtani, his second double of the game. He's 3 for 3.
Now Fluharty goes back to the sweeper, to almost too many in that sequence. You want to see maybe a different pitch, maybe cut her away. But Ohtani, he's feeling it. Look at him.
That's about as much emotion as he'll. I mean, you can read his emotions on the field, but it's about as much as you'll ever see. Mookie Betts now a chance to tie the game. And a friendly strike call there. Fluharty gets the call. It's 0-1 to Mookie. 0 for 2 so far. This place is rocking now. Well off the outside. 1-1. You have to think those previous 3 at-bats for Ohtani against this pitcher, part of the reason why the emotion came out. He's got a good-sized lead. Betts pulls it foul. Shohei Ohtani. 3 extra base hits tonight in the first 5 innings. 2 doubles and a homer. One and 2. Betts hits a fly ball to left, but not deep. Lucas broke back. He's got to come in. 2 down. We're talking to Shane Bieber. Bieber's going to start tomorrow for the Blue Jays. Now it's Freddie Freeman's turn.
Freddie's been quiet in this World Series, and he's been quiet all postseason when it comes to RBIs. Only 1.
He is definitely due. Ball just inside, ball 1. Fastball at 91 miles an hour. We talked to Mason Fluharty after he appeared in Game 1, and he did his job. He pitched great. Freeman pulls it foul, and we asked him, did it feel the same as your other playoff appearances? And Fluharty said, well, I was locked in, I was focused, I was confident, I could not feel my legs. Totally numb. So the answer was, yeah, it was a lot different.
Can relate.
Foul back. That was a pitch to hit.
You tell from the body language from Freddie Freeman, just shrugging. See that face? He might take a big deep breath.
Scherzer watching closely. Tying run at second. 2 down here in the 5th. 1-2. Freeman pulls it, and a fair ball past the dive of Guerrero. That's going to tie the game. Ohtani scores, and it's 4-4.
Well, Freddie Freeman gets a sweeper and just eases it past Vlad Guerrero. .80 miles an hour exit velocity, but just with some top spin. Such a tough play to make. And just like that, this game's tied.
So the 2 lefties. Fluharty was in there to get. Ohtani got him for a double. Freeman got him for a single. Now Varland coming in. Third pitcher of the game, third pitcher of the inning for the Blue Jays with the game now tied.
Yeah, they're trying to keep this game tied as where it is. And for Louis Varland, big time fastball.
A little half swing by Will Smith. Might have broken his bat. I think it did. Foul ball, strike 1. Now really the key in this inning, Fluharty came in with the ownage against Ohtani, and Ohtani got it. And then he scored the tying run after the double, made it a 1-run game. That's a strike. It's 0-2. 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Varland.
And Varland has great extension too, so that pitch will play even higher.
Acquired at the deadline from the Twins. He's become a really important part of this Blue Jays bullpen. Trying to keep the game tied. And this is well high. I mean, the Blue Jays feel like they have the advantage when it becomes a bullpen game, but it's not like the Blue Jays bullpen has just been totally dominant. Marlon's been good. Closer Jeff Hoffman has excellent stuff, but I don't think it's a cakewalk for John Schneider to figure out how to get through the rest of this game.
No, and you have the added element of Dodger Stadium. Once they get riled up, you got to calm your emotions.
They are riled up now, that's for sure. Strike 3 call. Well, Varland comes in and gets the third out, but the Dodgers with 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Ohtani again in the middle of everything. They get Scherzer out of the game. Ohtani with the RBI double, and all the emotions of Game 3 of the World Series after Freeman ties it up. It's 4-4. Well, the last time Shohei Ohtani was on this field, Game 4 of the National League Championship Series, had the greatest game in the history of the sport. Pitched 6 innings, struck out 10, didn't give up a run, and hit not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs as a hitter.
Including one that left Dodger Stadium. Which
The third one that's ever been hit over that wall.
they should put a monument. They should put a monument out there for him. Oh wait, Dave, they did.
Already. Didn't take long. That was the third one to cap off a truly incredible night for Ohtani that had everybody reacting the way that Magic Johnson did. There it is. That was fast. New pitcher Justin Robleski now in the 6th inning, his second appearance of the postseason out of the bullpen for the Dodgers. Tie game 4-4 after a 2-run 5th for LA. Alejandro Kirk takes a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 1.
Yeah, Robleski has good stuff. I mean, he's something that's really tough to barrel. Loves his fastball.
Kirk, who's having a big night himself. Ohtani's been the man offensively for the Dodgers. Kirk has been the man for the Blue Jays. Those at bats were against the starter Glassdown, and fouls this one back. Blake Trinan warming up in the LA bullpen.
It's curious to watch Dave Roberts because he's kind of on a fact-finding mission tonight, seeing who he can put in his trust tree.
Kirk was so good at that. That was a tough pitch. Fouled it off. Yeah, I mean, he'll lean on his bench coach Bob Guerin. He'll lean on Mark Pryor, but the trust tree. It's autumn time in the trust tree. The leaves have sort of fallen off.
Yes.
It's pretty thin.
I mean, the one he trusts the most is Roki Sasaki. Now, game 2, he was willing to throw him 2 innings, but not in the first of 3 games.
On the ground, and Freeman, a wrestling match, but he fielded it cleanly. And for the first time tonight, Kirk is retired. And I think back to your point about Sasaki, I
Right fielder,
watched this
Addison
play
Barger.
one more time from Freeman. That was not easy. Some top spin, fielded it cleanly. Now Barger will hit left on left against Wrobleski. I think the Dodgers manager is willing to change his mind and use Sasaki for more than an inning, but there would be a consequence because you're right. This is the first of 3 games in a row without an off day. The middle part of this World Series. That's a strike. So it's a lot different than game 2 where Dodgers manager knew we got an off day tomorrow. Not the case tonight. 1-2.
That's that good overpowering fastball from Wrobleski. It's right at the top of the strike zone.
Fouled. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Now you got a right-handed hitter on deck, Ernie Clement, and he will have to face Wrobleski. Has to stay in for a 3rd hitter. After that, another lefty, Jimenez, then the top of the order.
Ball.
Dodgers fan wanted it. It was not close. 2-2.
You have over 50,000 umpires tonight.
They missed that one, all those umpires. Big chopper, going to be a tough play. Muncy tried the bare hand, and that was his only hope, and even if he fielded it cleanly, he was not going to get Barger. So an infield hit, his 2nd hit of the night, although I don't think it's been the offense that's been the biggest contribution.
Now, you had Addison Barger with 2 outs, and after Freddie Freeman stole second base, 99 miles an hour on a line. He cut down Freddie Freeman, would have made it 3-0. Instead, he saved the run.
Now his 2nd hit of this game. He's got good speed over at first. He takes off, and Clement fouls it away. Well, another example. It's the 2nd time in this game where Barger's gotten a huge jump, and Clement has hit a foul ball. We were not shocked to see that great throw. The 2nd best average arm strength according to StatCast in the big leagues.
This is a huge jump, Dave. I mean, it's 2 steps before you'd even throw the baseball.
That was a steal without a throw, probably.
Ball.
Off the inside, 1-1. A lot of tools for Barger. The arm strength, the power, the bat speed, and the foot speed. Clement. 1-2. Clement's a little unhappy with himself.
Well, Wrobleski, his fastball velocity is up about 2 miles an hour right now. He's throwing hard.
The adrenaline of the World Series is a powerful thing. Big opening on the right side of the infield. Clement lays off a very high fastball. Ernie Clement is in a perpetual state of swing mode. And yet he's hard to strike out. Two. That one is called strike 3. Wow. Nice pitch, 2 down.
His pitch just freezes. Ernie Clement, look at it's inside. Well received from Will Smith. Mark Wagner got it right. It's coming right into your living room.
So 2 down, and now the lefty Jimenez.
Ball.
Final hitter, I'm sure, for Robleski with Trinan behind him and Springer on deck. Muncy in on the grass at third. Jimenez right up the middle, off the mound. Mookie Betts throws, got him. Another outstanding play by Betts at shortstop. So the Dodgers defense helped out in that inning. Blue Jays with a hit, no runs. We are midway through 6 of Game 3, and tied up at 4.
The game, this is the time. We're just about ready to get underway.
There's a hard forget about it. It is gone. The ball game's over. Lemke hits it into left field, and Atlanta wins it.
He lines it into center. The Indians are back in the World Series, and that ball is gone. A home run. The White Sox have the lead in the 14th inning.
Muncy, a walk-off home run to win Game 3 in the 18th.
Well, some of the great Game 3 moments in World Series history. The last one of those that we showed you, authored by Max Muncy. We're set up for another one of those here tonight. Tie game, bottom 6, Dave Fleming, Ryan Spilborgh's great scene here at Dodger Stadium. And Muncy will lead off for the Dodgers against Varland, still in for Toronto. .100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Good healthy act for Max Muncy. He had a home run in Game 2 on a fastball away from him.
Varland waiting for the pitch he wants from Kirk. Still waiting. Got to go at some point. Okay, just throw that one.
I think he was just going around the circle just to see if he could have Max overthink it.
Could be.
Ball.
I think this time of year, I mean, especially against the Dodgers, who have a reputation of finding every little edge. I mean, you never know. Maybe there's a tendency when he shakes, he throws a certain pitch. Sort of plant a seed in the mind of a hitter if you do something different from what you usually do.
I feel like Varland just keeps shaking to get to his fastball.
Thank you.
2-2.
You know, this stage, it allows your body to do things that it doesn't do in the normal season. You know, every guy we're seeing, basically seeing an uptick in off velocity.
You got him. He threw that nasty slider for strike 3.
Varland and Kirk, they're not on the same page.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. They're talking right now, and I think it's a pitch comm issue. The umpire was out there. Were they going to charge a mound visit or not? Was that I think it was just a pitch comm issue. Well, he was animated.
He's a high school wrestler. Comes from a completely unique background when it comes to baseball players.
He looked like it there, like he was going to put his catcher in a headlock to figure that out.
Ball.
He said when he used to wrestle, he wrestled at 160 pounds, but when he played baseball in high school, he played at 180.
Cut weight during wrestling season. Good slider there to Teoscar Hernandez, who has a home run tonight. Dodgers have 2 homers. Blue Jays have 1. Tie game, bottom 6.
Ball. 2-1.
He's got a lot of energy on the mound, this guy.
Reiner to left. And that's going to get down base hit. Now Lucas maybe for a moment thought about coming in to try to make a dive. Instead, just played it conservatively. That's a one-out single for Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh, nice swings for Teoscar tonight. He was 0 for the first 2 games in Toronto and actually looked lost at the plate, but had a homer. His first at bat in the second inning. This is good at bat for him against Varland. And then Tommy Edman, who's coming up, made a huge error. We talk about guys wanting to make up for it at the plate. Here's his chance.
Batting left-handed against Varland. Foul ball. Just a challenge fastball from Varland. This is not Edman's strongest side. He's a switch hitter, and typically the damage for Edman comes as a right-handed batter against lefties. Clement in at third. Edman to left, sending Lucas back. He'll square up though and make the catch just short of the warning track. 2 down. This is a play that Spilly, you were talking about with Tommy Edman.
It was a leadoff walk to Vlad Guerrero, and then Bo Bichette gets jammed. And you see him, he starts making his move to turn the double play and forgets the baseball. And then Alejandro Kirk, first pitch curveball, a 3-run shot on Tyler Glasnow, giving the Blue Jays a lead.
They would score another run in that 4-run inning. Dodgers were at that point down 4-2. They tied it up at 4. 2 down. Kike Hernandez, good healthy swing. Strike 1. There may never be a player in the history of this game who elevates his performance more in the playoffs than this guy. He's played a lot of playoff games, and just over and over again, his OPS is 140 points higher in his career in the postseason than it is in the regular season.
He's just in it more during the postseason than the regular season.
Big swing and miss. Tomorrow will be his 100th career playoff game. And Dave Roberts talked to us about how it can be a little frustrating with Kike because he has a hard time getting him to focus in the regular season. These games come around, no problem. Hernandez runs. Kike on the ground, backhanded. Clement, jump throw offline. Guerrero takes it. The throw to third, got him. What a play by Vlad Guerrero. He came off the bag to take the throw. Teoscar tried to take advantage of that throw and go to third, and Guerrero guns him down. Wow. What a play.
This is amazing. Well, first off, Andres Jimenez getting to this baseball with Teoscar running. This is elite defense for the Blue Jays on display. Wow.
And I know we started to play the music, but right as we did, the Dodgers say they're going to challenge. So Kike Hernandez with the infield hit. The question is it first and third, 2 down, or inning over? Ball on the field was out.
We've highlighted that Vlad Guerrero has third base skill set, and you see he kind of loses footing, skips it.
At the review, the call on the field is confirmed. The runner is out. Los Angeles has 1 challenge left.
Well, they challenged, but Vlad Guerrero Jr., what a play that was. Dodgers threatening to go ahead. Instead, a couple of hits, but no runs. Clement and the Blue Jays keep the game tied. And the top of their orders coming up in the 7th, a 4-4 ball game in Game 3. Well, this copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. On the night where baseball gave Mookie Betts the 2025 Roberto Clemente Award for service off the field. On the field tonight, great World Series game under the lights at Dodger Stadium. Tied at 4, 7th inning. Top of the order for the Blue Jays, and the left-hander Wrobleski stays in.
A little bit surprising, but again, Dave Roberts is trying to find outs. He's trying to find guys out of the bullpen to get some outs against the Blue Jays. Now, you have a leverage advantage or a platoon split advantage for Springer, and did Springer just get hurt?
Yeah, he's calling the trainer out. He may have to come out of this game. He might have. I don't know if that's an oblique or he's coming out.
I think I just read his lips. He said my back just locked up.
Okay. Wow. Well, you know it's bad if you're taking yourself out of a World Series game.
My friend, support your team.
So now the Blue Jays are going to have to go to their bench and find a pinch hitter. Ty France is going to be the guy.
Oh, you hate to see this for Toronto.
One of their top offensive players, and I'm sure for the Blue Jays and their fans, right now you're nervous about not just tonight but the rest of this series. So Ty France will inherit an 0-1 count and get his first at bat of not just the World Series, first at bat of the postseason.
And for a lot of guys, when you're on the bench, especially in this scenario, you weren't preparing to pinch hit. So for Ty France, I mean, he's probably warm. He's still doing some sort of active movements while you're a bench player.
Mark Pryor coming out to talk to his lefty about the scouting report against France, a guy who's had kind of an up and down big league career. When he's been good, he's been awesome and has been a lefty killer at times. Kind of perked up after coming to Toronto. He and Louis Varland were traded the same deal from Minnesota at the deadline. Had some big moments for the Blue Jays. 0-1. Ball takes it high. So Springer out. France now the DH. They have an extra player on the bench. World Series pitching staff on both sides a little tighter, thinner. There's a strike. It's 1-2. John Schneider not necessarily locked in to France for the rest of the game, but only right-handers plus the backup catcher on the bench tonight. Ball 2-2. France, pretty good swing, fouled it back.
And now he's loose. I mean, you want to try to fire your swing off as a former pinch hitter. I want to fire my swing off as soon as possible to get my timing down and to unlock my body.
He's definitely got a sweat going, so that tells me he was taking some swings somewhere. Another good hack there. It's still 2-2. But there's no way he was thinking in the middle of a George Springer at bat he was coming up. We got a left-handed hitter on deck. We'll see. Ball. That's low. Good pitch. Good take. Hard pitch to take coming off the bench cold.
Very, very hard. And now Ty France is back in the driver's seat. 3-2. You got to force him to throw a strike. You know you get to fire a swing. You probably see fastball.
Got him. He threw the fastball and he struck him out.
Second punch out for Robleski in the last 2 innings. You can see he was fired up. High rail fastball. So hard to get on top of that pitch.
One out. France retired. And the Blue Jays will stick with Lucas, a left-handed hitter, left on left. He hits a little comebacker. And Robleski bobbles it, picks it up, no panic. 2 down. That's going to be the final hitter for Robleski. Lucas gone just like that.
First pitch swing off the end of the bat. He loses control of it, but it's able to regain it. And he might have regained Dave Roberts' trust, too.
So the right-hander coming in, trying into face the Blue Jays' best. Guerrero coming up in a tie game right after this. Well, I know the numbers aren't pretty, but he's one of the most trusted relievers for the Dodgers. Blake Trinan takes over against the Blue Jays' best hitter, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2 outs, nobody on, tie game, 7th inning.
Yeah, for Blake Trinan, last season or postseason, he gave up 11 hits. All of them were singles. This postseason, he's given up 3 extra base hits. And the last time Vlad Guerrero faced Blake Trinan, hit a homer.
In this ballpark in August. High from Trinan, ball 1. You got Bo Bichette on deck. Guerrero, who's had a quiet couple games now after a huge game 1 and a monster postseason leading into the World Series. 1-0. That's a strike. Now they're watching back in Toronto inside the Rogers Center. Got a big watch party going. And hoping that the Blue Jays can get the series at minimum back there. And Guerrero up the middle, base hit. I'm sure those folks in Toronto are cheering. I guess it's possible they don't have to go back to Toronto and can return for a parade if they win all 3 in LA, as unlikely as that seems.
Tough task, but check out Guerrero. This pitch off the plate gives you an idea of his plate coverage and his ability to make solid contact. Just an unbelievable postseason for Guerrero.
That was a tough pitch. So 2-out hit. Here's Bichette. Strike 1 with the fastball. Bichette 1 for 3. And a part of one of the key plays of the whole game back in the 2nd inning. Well, the first in the dirt. Well, he made a pretty good move, and he had Guerrero a little flat-footed.
Yeah, it looked like Guerrero was leaning towards second base.
No challenge.
Yeah, there was a little hesitation from Guerrero.
He got back just in time. 0-1 to Bo Bichette. Strike 2.
Jack Dreyer warming up for the Dodgers. Sir Anthony Dominguez for the Blue Jays.
2-strike pitch. Guerrero runs. Bichette fouls it away. Well, it's really the first time in this World Series tonight. The Blue Jays are looking for spots to try to get the running game going.
And on every stolen base attempt tonight for the Blue Jays, a hitter's fired off their swing and fouled it out of play. On 3 would-be stolen bases. Now 2 strikes is totally different.
1-2. Bichette, another foul ball. That was a tough pitch.
Yeah, sweeping slider perfectly located, but spoiled by Bichette.
Another throw over. Well, now he's used them both. So that typically, that's an invitation for a runner to maybe get a little bigger lead. If you throw over again and don't get the pickoff, it's a balk.
And Guerrero should get as large of a lead as he's comfortable and go.
He goes. Bichette, another foul. Well, you said it. In a 2-strike spot, Bichette's got to protect. He can't just take and let Guerrero run, but Vlad's thinking about it. He'll go back. We saw a quick shot in the dugout of Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. You have to think there's a pretty strong chance if Bichette can find a way to reach base, John Schneider will use a pinch runner. Bichette, a fair ball inside the bag. It's going to kick off the sidewall, take a wild carom. Guerrero coming to third. They're going to send him. Teoscar's throw offline. The slide. He is safe at home plate. And the Blue Jays go ahead. A crazy play. The ball took a wild bounce, a late send, a daring send, and it worked out. Kind of an awkward slide from Guerrero. The Dodgers are wondering if they should challenge, and they are not going to.
Well, they're pointing down the right field line to see if there's any sort of interference with the chair, audio. But watch Guerrero, he just got his wind sprints in, and he has to go full tilt.
He was waiting.
Yeah, he made it in by fingertip. Check this slide out.
Wow. Reach with his right hand. Almost over top the glove. And I don't know if the send surprised Teoscar Hernandez. Bichette now will be lifted up. What a huge hit for Bo Bichette.
And we watched the umpires confer together, see if the ball hit the chair, and I believe the answer was no. It just kicked off the wall the way it did.
Incredible stuff also from Bichette, who it's been almost 2 months since he's played, and comes up with a monster hit in the 7th inning of a World Series game. Now Varsho against Trinan. Varsho, big swing and miss. He's had a lot of swings and misses in this game. Watch closely. Everybody got out of the way. A great hustle by all those folks down there. You don't want to get in the way of the game. I mean, it took such a crazy bounce. Foul tip. 0-2.
I mean, it looks like it deflects off this guy with the boom. I think it does. I think it hits him in the shin.
You think it actually got him?
I do.
I don't know. I trust you.
Don't.
Tyler Falefa, who first pitch of this sequence had a false start from first, like he was going to try to run. I mean, Trinan, kind of like Glass now, he's very vulnerable to the running game. 0-2, not going. Varsho, cue shot, tough play. Muncy charges. Muncy won't make a throw. Varsho's just too fast. That's a smart play by Muncy. Infield hit for Varsho, and the Blue Jays have 2 on with 2 out, and maybe their most clutch guy right now coming up in Kirk.
Catcher number 30, Alejandro.
And you kind of see the frustration for Blake Trinan. That's 3 straight hits. All hits had eyes, but with Alejandro Kirk, this is a great matchup for Alejandro Kirk. He's looking for a sinking fastball, start it away, look for it elevated, and do damage.
And we know he's ready to go on pitch 1. 2 on, 2 out. Huge moment. Down and away, ball 1. Even just one extra run would loom so large. You got Ohtani due up in the bottom of this 7th inning, having a incredible game. The 1-0. Kirk, little squib shot on the ground to second. Edman has it and throws him out. So not this time for Kirk, but the Blue Jays. Bo Bichette with a huge hit in this game. And the question is, did it get a piece of that sound guy? You were right. Good eyes. It got him. Vladimir Guerrero with a great slide. Blue Jays ahead 5-4. Now nighttime in Los Angeles, the 2025 World Series for games 3, 4, and 5 at Dodger Stadium after we started in Toronto. And we got a classic World Series game going tonight. Back and forth, the Blue Jays back ahead. 5-4 as we go to the bottom of the 7th with the 9-hitter Pages, and then Ohtani looming. Isaiah Kiner Falefa, who ran for Bo Bichette, takes over at second. Sir Anthony Dominguez, man, was he impressive when we saw him in Game 1 back in Toronto.
Well, there's no question when Sir Anthony Dominguez is in the strike zone, he is really tough to square up. And this first batter, Andy Pages, is a good tell for Sir Anthony. You got to throw strikes.
Anytime you face the guy before Ohtani, it's a big at bat. Pages, strike one right on the inside corner at 98. Louis Varland ends up doing a really good job for the Blue Jays. Dominguez, the fourth pitcher of the game. After Scherzer started, flew Hardy, then Varland, now Dominguez. Pages 0 for 2. In a quiet postseason, certainly has the power to change the game with one swing. 1-2. Ball. Slider taken. 2-2.
Some pitchers, when you have a hitter that's over aggressive, you're trying to get the edges, see if you can get him to expand the strike zone, you work yourself back into a hitter's count. Sometimes you don't even have to nibble. You just go right after him once you get to 2 strikes. Greg Maddox used to talk about that all the time. Get 2 quick strikes, why expand? The hitter's on the defensive, just go after him.
2-2. Pages, he did go after him with a low fastball. He stays alive. I mean, just especially on a night like tonight, Ohtani's 3 for 3. He's got 2 doubles and a homer. I mean, his presence is looming in the on-deck circle. 2-2. Ball. Ooh, called a ball. Very close. 3-2. Well, this now has to be a strike.
For Pages, I mean, this signals fastball. You should get a 3-2 fastball.
Here it comes. He hits a fly ball to right. Barger underneath it. And he will catch it near the foul line. That's a big pitch and a big first down with this guy coming up.
Here comes P. Walker. He's going to have a quick chat with Dominguez. I mean, do you even entertain the idea of an intentional walk to Ohtani knowing he might steal, but then you have Mookie Betts? Would you avoid him? Would you give him the Bonds treatment? This is the guy that can beat you.
This is why you would even think about it. This was his first at bat to start the bottom of the first, a double right away. And then against Scherzer in the 3rd inning, he goes deep down the right field line against the game. Then his nemesis, Flew Hardy, an RBI double, part of the rally that tied the game for the Dodgers. An all-time great World Series game at the plate, and coming up here in the 7th.
Batting for the Dodgers. Designated hitter number 17.
Look at those postseason numbers. At times it's felt like he struggled in the playoffs.
Well, I mean, he's been striking out over 35% of the time, so he's not a machine, he's a man, but you got to be careful.
First pitch swing, left center field, gone! Tie game! Two doubles, 2 homers. They weren't careful enough, and he's having one of the great World Series games in history tonight.
You're just not going to ever see a player like this in your lifetime. He's here.
5-5 in the 7th. 1-1 to Mookie Betts.
And almost on cue, he got a pitch and then drove it out of the ballpark.
One and two. For Dominguez, you got to find a way to settle back in. Ohtani, all right, it turns into cheerleader time, and he's trying to get Freddie Freeman's attention. Strike three swinging. He was trying to say something to Freeman. He lets his bat do the talking most of the time.
Just so incredible. Second opposite field hit today. He has so much power to off field. Look at his teammates. This is what it's like when you have a 1-of-1 on your team.
Freeman. Ball one.
Coils up, unloads.
Oh. Double, 2-homer game. Second player in history to have 4 extra base hits in a World Series game. Last guy to do it? It was 1906. Frank Isbell for the Chicago White Sox. And now Shohei Ohtani. 3-0 to Freeman.
Ohtani's the Game 4 starter tomorrow night.
Yeah, this is a guy who's going to pitch tomorrow. Having arguably the best offensive game in the history of the World Series tonight. That's not even close. So he struck out Betts, but Sir Anthony Dominguez, even with that, he looks rattled. That's a walk, and that's the go-ahead run on base here in the bottom of the 7th.
Catcher, number 16.
Will Smith. Dodgers also by even just that one base runner there. They're guaranteeing they're going to get the big boy up at least one more time.
Yeah, you start counting those outs and circling. I mean, I don't think they'll pitch to Ohtani next time.
They better not.
Regardless of scenario.
Now the Blue Jays, I know you lean on Dominguez, but they're only now getting the bullpen going behind him. Will Smith, foul ball. Chris Bassett has done a really good job since transitioning from a starter to a reliever, but not used to getting ready in a huge hurry. Ball. 2-1.
Those are big misses, Dave. And you know, I think for Sir Anthony is just calming it down. The mechanics are too quick.
Yeah, not close again. 3-1. Pressure building on Dominguez. Foul ball, 3-2. Max Muncy waiting on deck. I don't know that Bassett, maybe he can't get ready in time for Muncy if it gets to him. I'm not sure.
Ball 4.
Big miss, ball 4. Back-to-back 2-out walks. And now the Dodgers have the go-ahead run in scoring position. And I think the Blue Jays made a mistake. They waited too long to get, as soon as Ohtani hit that home run, I think they needed to get somebody up in the pen.
Agree with you. I mean, for a guy that's unfamiliar with the bullpen, it takes longer for that. And if you weren't going to go to Bassett, at least have a lefty reliever ready for you.
Muncy fouls it away. Shohei Ohtani's last 7 at-bats here at Dodger Stadium. Home run, home run, home run, double, home run, double, home run. I mean, that's never been done. Way off the outside. Freeman, the runner at second. Big miss again. He should not be in this game right now as far as I'm concerned, but they didn't have anybody ready.
Bassett wasn't ready. Now, if Bassett comes in, if somehow he loses Max Muncy, he's got bases loaded.
2-1. Muncy takes low. 3-1. Six pitches, 15 out of the strike zone. Plus, one of those strikes left the building to tie the game. 3-1. Muncy, slow roller to second. Kiner Falefa has it, and he'll throw him out. Somehow Dominguez gets through it, but not before the greatest player in the game has tied the game with one swing.
I mean, we want to see this guy play on the biggest stage, and when he's on it, he plays even bigger.
Running out of ways to describe how great number 17 is. Tie game. On to the 8th we go.
Well, a season ago when we were in the World Series, we might not have seen the best out of Shohei Ohtani. He got hurt. He hurt his shoulder on a slide at second base. So his swing was compromised. This year, as we're watching him swing the bat, he is not compromised. He is completely locked in, healthy, and now the bat head gets all the way through the strike zone, and he's on the biggest stage at what we imagine to be 100% Ohtani.
I mean, look, there's been Babe Ruth, there's been Barry Bonds, even those all-time great World Series performances. Tonight, Ohtani might be in a spot all alone. New pitcher, left-hander Jack Dreyer. And it's what you want to see. You want to see the world's best at their best on the biggest stage in the biggest games. Madison Barger's been a big part of this Blue Jays team. Game tied despite the heroics. Soft ground ball. And Mookie's going to take it. Throws low, and Freeman can't pick it. So Barger is safe. An error earlier in the game opened the door for the Blue Jays. They rammed right through it. They're going to have another opportunity to do that here in the 8th inning.
So watch the miscommunication on this baseball. Mookie's coming in, but Tommy's right in his way. And it was almost a little bit of a distraction that it forces Mookie to speed up his mechanics from his throwing motion. Sees that that's my bad. But there was also almost a collision between the two.
Miles Straw is now going to run for Barger, which is interesting. I mean, Straw, a guy who's been a pretty good base stealer, very good base stealer at times, and a very good defender. But Barger's fast in his own right. In a tie game, you take Barger out of there. We'll see if that plays a factor if the game goes a little longer. Clement, first pitch swing. Hits a pop-up into shallow right. Oscar Hernandez, one away. Ernie Clement, mostly quiet tonight. Roki Sasaki warming up in the bullpen. Here's Jimenez. Strike one to Jimenez. A young Jack Dreyer in a World Series game. The guy had a really good first year, rookie in the big leagues. And a liner into left by Jimenez, base hit. Straw to second, he'll hold there. Kike Hernandez throws into third, left on left. The Blue Jays have something cooking at a tie game.
Well, and this is such a good piece of hitting from Andres Jimenez, just because Jack Dreyer left on left this season. The league hit 179 regular season and postseason.
Designated hitter number 2,
It's
Ty
a fastball, 93, kind of in a good spot for a lefty when you're looking for a left-on-left fastball. You want it away from you.
Now, a couple things going here. Number one, this isn't Springer. Remember, Springer's hurt and out of the game. It's Ty France. But number two, a meeting on the mound with the catcher just to buy an extra pitch or two or maybe three for that man, Sasaki, who's been so good in the playoffs. And Dave Roberts here in the 8th inning with the tie on the line is going to his closer. We'll be back to LA right after this. All right, well, here we go. Tie game 8. This is turning into an all-time great World Series game. So many things going on. And now Roki Sasaki, who's brand new to being a reliever, a closer in the postseason. And he has not had many opportunities in a spot like this. He inherits 2 runners with 1 out.
Yeah, and he's only pitched twice where he's inherited runners. And for Sasaki, we've seen some huge increases in velocity since going from a starter to a reliever. His fastball sits right around 100 miles an hour to go along with this just really rare split finger.
His first World Series appearance, only the 2nd time he's inherited any runners this whole postseason. And Ty France takes a splitter down and in for ball 1.
So Sasaki's split finger has one of the lowest spins we've seen with the StatCast era and covering split fingers. It's almost serving like a knuckleball.
2 on, 1 out. Tie game 8th inning. Ty France in place of George Springer. France broke his back. Ground ball to second. Muncy, a double clutch. And he'll throw to first. And maybe he decided that Jimenez got too good of a jump and he couldn't get. I think you watch that little shot there of Muncy. He had a hard time getting it out of his glove. Instead of a double play, it's 2 outs.
Yeah, watch this play. So here comes Max Muncy. He does have Miles Straw kind of coming at him. He doesn't find the glove. He double clutches. Then he does the wise thing. Don't go to second. Jimenez would have been safe at second had he tried.
Wow.
It's been a couple of defensive miscues for the Dodgers. 3.
Yeah. Edman let the ball go under his glove. Mookie's bad throw here in this inning, and now that one. So it gives Lucas a chance. 2 in scoring position. 2 outs against Sasaki. Splitter, and Lucas not close. Yeah, Lucas has been really, really aggressive.
The Dodgers this postseason have been unbelievable with runners in scoring position. 2 outs, 1 for 32.
0-1. Off the outside through the splitter again. That's the Dodgers pitchers, those numbers. Lucas, meanwhile, having a really good playoffs, having a quiet World Series. Big moment here. Chased again. Hard to lay off.
It's the first time that Nathan Lucas has seen this pitch. I mean, it looks like it's in the strike zone, and then it falls nearly a foot.
Will he throw it again? 1-2. He does. Wow, what a block by Will Smith. That's the other thing about using that split. With the go-ahead run at third, you got to really, really trust your catcher.
Yeah, it's shuffling of the feet, trying your best to keep your body in front of it.
Miles Straw, great speed at third. 2-2 to Lucas. And he grounds one. Sasaki has it. He'll run to first, throw low. And Freeman scooped it up. Oh my goodness. The Dodgers defense had a near meltdown in that inning, and they got through it anyway. Even that play, which looked routine, was anything but.
This feels like it's going to be one of the most wildest finishes that we could ever imagine here at Dodger Stadium. Game 3 going bonkers.
Sasaki ultimately gets the job done, and he knows he got away with one there. Now the Dodgers bring the momentum to the bottom of the 8th of a tie game here in LA. It's 5-5. Wow, what a night and what a game. 5-5, 2-0 Dodgers, 4-2 Blue Jays, 4-4, 5-4. Ohtani having maybe the greatest offensive game in the history of the World Series, and even with that, the game is tied. Straw stays in the game. He'll go to left. Lucas moves over to right. And for the Dodgers, Teoscar Hernandez and the bottom part of the Dodgers order against a new pitcher, the right-hander Chris Bassett.
Gotta wait till he's looking.
Bassett gets warned right away to make sure that the hitter is looking at him before he goes to pitch.
A really tough scenario for Chris Bassett, too. I mean, again, fact-finding. He's been awesome coming out of the bullpen.
Hernandez, who has 2 hits, including a home run.
Ball.
Off the outside, ball 1. The 1-0.
Ball, it's out.
Outside, ball 2. Sasaki got 2 big outs in the 8th. He'll stay ready for the 9th inning. The closer for the Blue Jays, Jeff Hoffman, warming up in their bullpen. Hernandez to center field. Not that deep, kind of a late break, but Don Varsho so good out there. 1 away.
No panic. Whenever that happens for an outfielder, have to remain calm. But again, this stadium is really loud, and even if it wasn't 52,000, it's still one of the hardest venues to hear the ball off the bat.
You just don't get that feedback that a lot of outfielders really rely on.
We rely on our eyes and sound off the bat.
So here's Edman. 0 for 3. Big curveball in there for a strike. And Bassett, you say starter's repertoire. He's been a starter his whole career, even above and beyond a normal starter's repertoire. Now, whether he actually brings that into the game as a reliever might be a different question. Edman to shallow left. Straw just in the game defensively. 2 outs.
Well, when Bassett came out during the American League Championship Series and showed what he was capable of doing, he instantly became a weapon for John Schneider.
Two outs. Kike Hernandez. And now Kirk having a hard time with the pitch com. Maybe not really having a hard time hearing. Maybe it just sort of came off the mask.
Detached.
Just like back in that 1906 World Series we were talking about earlier. Pitch com not working. Strike 1.
Talked about the adjustments Kike Hernandez made yesterday, trying to keep his front shoulder closed. It's worked.
2 more hits tonight for Kike. On the way, he's behind in the count 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Hernandez goes down on that slow curveball. And Chris Bassett, what an inning of relief out of the Blue Jays bullpen. What else do you want? Tie game, World Series, going to the ninth, and the Blue Jays' best coming up. Tani to deep right field. Gone! Kirk with a 3-run homer. That's going to tie the game. And the Blue Jays go ahead. Gone! Tie game. Oh, we are chugging towards one of the most memorable World Series games in a long time. 5-5, ninth inning.
This feels more like Ozzy Osbourne wrote the script for this crazy trade. I mean, we've seen it all. We've seen some unbelievable performances, both sides. It felt like game 3, and this is the swing game. Both teams tied 1-1. The swing game, you go up 2-1. It just changes everything for you in the World Series.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. against Sasaki, and a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. See, it's not all splitters from Sasaki.
It's what you have to hunt, and now if you haven't seen the pitch before, you don't know what it's going to do.
Got the call there, the splitter. Guerrero didn't like that one. It's 1-1.
And we talked about every time a pitcher is facing a hitter for the first time, the advantage is pitcher.
Guerrero out to right center field. Coming over, Hernandez. One away. That's huge for the Dodgers.
Well, for Hiroki Sasaki, starts Vlad Guerrero off with the fastball. Says, here it is. Ball. Then he goes to the split. Gets his call. And then he goes right back out with the fastball. Jams Vlad just a hair.
Kiner Falefa, not Bo Bichette. You get two of the very best Blue Jays hitters who are no longer in this game.
3 if you want to count George Springer.
I'll count him.
Possibly for an oblique.
You're right. I mean, we definitely need to count him. 2 by choice, 1 by injury. And John Schneider removed Bichette for this pinch runner after Bichette's hit put Toronto ahead. Then took Barger out for Miles Straw. Ball. That one's high. And the count is 3-0. Wow.
Well, knowing Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, he is not swinging. He might even take 2 strikes.
He might. There's one of them. We got Varsho on deck. I might make Sasaki prove he can throw another one. 3-1. That is ball 4. He missed inside. Go ahead run in the 9th inning is on base.
Well, that's a high baseball IQ from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Grew up in Hawaii, loved watching baseball. Even in that 3-1 count, he did not take it as aggressive load.
So now Varsho 1 for 3 plus a walk. Ball. Splitter off the outside. Kind of a normal lead for Kiner-Falefa over at first. Big swing and miss on another split.
We've been talking about how the Blue Jays have looked at second base for some possible steals. Sasaki's in that camp. It's not a slide step, it's a high leg kick with a split.
1-1 in the dirt. That would have been a good pitch to run on. Kiner-Falefa was not going, and then Will Smith had a hard time finding it, but he stays at first.
So this is the toughest dirt ball read when you have a left-handed batter and you're on first base. You can't see where the ball kicks off. So watch Isaiah Kiner. He thinks it's behind him. It is. If he would have trusted his gut immediately, he's safe, but it's hard to see.
2-1. Varsho fouls it back. He got a fastball.
Now you're thinking, do you take a risk? Do you run here? Is this a splitter count? Last thing you want to do is just strike him out, throw him out.
Way outside.
3-2.
Full count. Does Sasaki have the guts to throw the split 3-2?
I don't think so. I don't think it's worth the risk. You gotta trust your stuff in the strike zone.
3-2. Varsho rips one off the glove of Freeman. Kiner Falefa's going to dig for third. The throw, he is out at third.
Tommy Edman just made up for his error earlier. And Tommy, who's been struggling with his throws from second to first, throws a dart right off the glove of Freddie. Now, IKF, this is really gutsy to go for it. And it backfired. And watch this throw from Tommy. And that's as athletic of a play you'll see a second baseman make. Wow, Dave, wow. And we were talking about the Dodgers defensively not being great tonight, but they just made the jump.
That may have saved the game for the Dodgers. So now with Kirk coming up and 2 outs, another mound visit from the pitching coach plus the translator, interpreter. And for the Blue Jays, some bad luck in that, and you got to give Freddie Freeman credit, great effort. He couldn't catch it, but if he doesn't touch that ball, that's headed to the corner.
Yeah, you're right. Great point, because Freddie just slows this down. Now, Tommy Edman, he went 52 feet, slid, and then made it basically an 80-mile-an-hour throw off his back foot on the dot.
So the game has remained tied. Wow, what a throw. Kirk against Sasaki.
Ball, it's in.
Splitter in. Kirk, the biggest swing of the game for the Blue Jays. They were down 2-0 until his 3-run homer back in the 4th. They're tied in the 9th.
Ball.
Now, part of the meeting, Spilly, might have been, not that you want to walk the go-ahead run into scoring position, but it's not Addison Barger on deck, it's Miles Straw.
It's Miles Straw. That player came into play. The question mark about why pinch run, Addison Barger.
That one's in there.
Now, Miles Straw's had some big hits this postseason.
Yeah, he has. It's not to dismiss his chances of coming up with a hit, but it's not the same.
One step off. One step off. He just stepped off, so we're resetting it. He didn't know. Here we go.
2-1 to Kirk.
Ball.
3-1. There's Barger. Would have been his spot next. That's way inside. So that's the 3rd straight hitter to reach base safely against Sasaki. He would be in huge trouble if not for this.
Yeah, again, we're watching IKF, and he's
3, Miles Straw.
You see this ball go down the right field line. If you're stuck at second, you're questioning yourself, why didn't I not take that chance? He took the chance, and maybe 1 out of 10 times Tommy Edman makes that play.
Look who's warming up. Clayton Kershaw.
I told you, Ozzy Osbourne wrote the script for tonight's game.
Yeah, just crazy. 2 on, 2 out, 9th inning.
Ball.
Splitter inside, ball 1. And again, not to belabor the point, but we talked about it as soon as they made the move. Barger reached back in the 8th inning. And John Schneider lifted him for a pinch runner. His spot has come up in the 9th. All the way. That was a fastball right down the middle.
Well, Straw's one of those prototypical Blue Jay hitters. Does not strike out. Huge contact rates.
And definitely a threat for an infield hit, too. Great speed at second. Straw on the ground to third. Muncy's got it. He'll go to second, and that's the 3rd out. And through all of that, the Blue Jays put so much pressure on Sasaki, but they don't score. We go to the bottom of the 9th of a tie game in the World Series. And guess who's due up second? Shohei Ohtani having an all-time night. We go to that last of the 9th. Always cool to hear the NHK telecast. You imagine how many people in Japan are watching this moment right here, right now.
Unbelievable to consider it. So Taguchi, the analyst there, played a lot of years, has a couple World Series rings too. Tough task for Jeff Hoffman. He has to make sure he get Pages out, and then you're going to intentionally walk Ohtani.
Yeah, you have to think that. Tie game, bottom 9. If the Dodgers are going to win, it's going to be with a walk-off. We were here last year when Freddie Freeman did it in the ultimate fashion. Strike 1 from Hoffman to Pages. On the ground, foul, and now it's 0-2. I mean, if Pages is out, you got to walk Ohtani.
You got to wait.
Right?
It's not even a question. Don't even play his walk-up music.
Last walk-off home run, that one we were talking about in the World Series. If Pages were to reach, you still might walk him.
You still might.
Oh, 0-2. Got a piece. I mean, John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager, has talked about how much he dislikes the intentional walk. But the 3 guys he considers using it for, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, Shohei Ohtani. And earlier in the playoffs, he walked intentionally both those first 2 guys with the bases empty. He didn't do it tonight, and Ohtani tied the game. Pages, another spoiler on a slider.
And sometimes it just ends up being the unexpected hero. Pages, if he gets a pitch, even with 2 strikes that he can run into, the game's over.
0-2.
Now Hoffman has a lead extension, good fastball, but there's a natural cut to his fastball. And sometimes that natural cut, if you miss middle, it leaks out to where the big part of your barrel can square it up.
Pages takes the ball real close. Well, he's battling. You got to give Andy Pages, who's had this miserable postseason at the plate, in a tie game in the 9th inning. He's having a good at bat here. 2-2. On the ground toward third, foul. Clement threw it, but a foul ball. He threw it to Alan Porter, the first base umpire. This will be the 8th pitch of the at bat. With Ohtani on deck, having an all-time game. Pages, another foul. Wow.
It's Throwing together great at bat, and these pitches, you know, the more and more you start getting into a reliever, you start counting up pitches. I mean, this is 8 pitches into the bat. It usually benefits somebody down the line.
3-2. Huge pitch coming. Pages got jammed. And a pop-up on the right side. It'll be Kiner Falefa. 1 away.
Wait to see John Schneider's hands up, and it's up.
That was fast. And he can't blame it. I mean, Ohtani's last 7 at-bats at Dodger Stadium before this one, homer, 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 double homer, double homer.
There's no reason to face him in this scenario, and I get it. Look, Mookie Betts, multiple MVPs, multi-World Series champ, Freddie Freeman on deck. These are future Hall of Famers. But there's no way you would pitch to Ohtani right now. And Ohtani has the ability to steal.
He does.
And Hoffman is slow to the plate.
He might try to pick a spot. They're going to pick over. Man, Ohtani almost looked like he was getting ready to go.
Check him out. He's leaning. Have that false step towards second, then quickly gets back. You want to slide to the outside part of the bag. It makes it harder for a left-handed glove first baseman to make the tag.
There goes Ohtani. Pitch taken. Throw. Tag. He's out. He came off the bag and he's out. Dodgers are waiting. Their video room's going to tell them should they challenge, they will. He really got nothing to lose at this point. Call on the field is out.
Los Angeles is challenging.
All right, let's see if Ohtani does come off the bag. Kiner Falefa, he's completely out.
Yeah.
Adam Hammer, he's right there, has his nose, and he sees it clear as day. And Isaiah's not trying to push him off the bag. This isn't Kent Herbeck. This is the natural move of the second baseman to keep the tag, and Ohtani loses his footing.
This won't take long.
After review, the call on the field is confirmed. The runner is out. He came off the base and was tagged.
Wow, how big is that?
Huge. No challenge remaining.
I mean, not only is that the potential winning run in a World Series game, it also steals Hoffman an out. If you're thinking, can we get through this 9th inning, maybe it helps Hoffman stay in this game.
I think it's worth stealing if you're Ohtani, especially with the high leg kick, because it puts so much pressure on Hoffman to get Mookie Betts.
Well, look at those numbers. Only faced him 5 times. He's hit 2 homers against him. They've had outs on the bases tonight. That's been a theme of this game. Okay, Oscar Hernandez, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, Ohtani. Freddie Freeman thrown out at home plate. Fouled away, 2-1. That's a lot of outs on the bases.
Yeah, you don't want to make any, let alone 5.
That's a pop-up. Lucas is now playing right field, and he's the guy to make the catch in foul ground. And this classic World Series game is going to extra innings. We are through 9. They walked Ohtani this time. He tried to burn him with the steal. Foot came off the bag. 5-5. Dave Roberts knows it's a grinder tonight in Game 3. Well, beautiful night in LA, and we've had a beautiful game. At times it's been crazy and ragged, but you put it all together and you can't ask for more in the biggest game of the year in Major League Baseball. Late October in Southern California for the 4th straight year, a World Series game is going to extra innings. We go to the 10th. Ernie Clement, 8th hitter, against a new pitcher, the young right-hander Emmett Sheehan.
The last time we saw Sheehan come into the game, it was under different circumstances. Nobody out, bases loaded, and it backfired. Now he gets a clean inning.
Clement hits a pop-up. Freeman. One away. Sheehan's postseason numbers obviously don't look good, and a lot of that came in that game you were talking about. But in the regular season, he had some moments of pure dominance. Dave Roberts really trusts him.
He's going to be part of the Dodgers rotation moving forward. There's Clayton Kershaw warming up.
Now Jimenez. Big swing on the breaking ball.
Well, the challenge for the Blue Jays now is they have multiple guys that were in the starting lineup that are out.
I mean, it's a big challenge. Just on deck, you would have George Springer. It's Ty France. Almost hit him. Jimenez had a huge hit in the 8th inning. The Blue Jays, though, could not take advantage of it. There's Ty France. Another breaking ball, 1-2. Sheehan is the 7th pitcher of the game for the Dodgers. Blue Jays so far have used 6, and their bullpen's quiet for now. Jimenez goes down swinging. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 down.
No, with Sheehan, the fastball, he spins it so well. This has 20 inches of induced vertical break. So what does that mean? League average is 16. A baseball in diameter is 3 inches. It's 4 inches above where your eyes are accustomed to seeing it.
Makes it very tough to hit. Ty France takes high, ball 1. His first at bats of the postseason tonight. 0 for 2. He hits that one kind of up the end of the bat. It's going to get down. Base hit. So here in the 10th, 2-out base runner for the Blue Jays. I guess we probably should say it at the start of the extra inning in the playoffs. It's not regular season rules. Blue Jays are going to use a pinch runner for France. Davis Schneider, little extra speed over there. In the regular season, you have the runner placed at second to start the 10th inning. Not in the postseason. You just play it as it is. Schneider with Lucas, the hitter. Lucas 0 for 4, and he's come up in some big spots. Trying to get Guerrero a shot here in the 10th. And he pulls one down the right field line. That one's headed to the corner, fair ball. Schneider digging around second, heading for third. He's going to get the go sign. Here comes a relay from Edman. And at the plate, he's out. Another great throw from Tommy Edman. Another out on the bases. Blue Jays are asking for a challenge here. And I think just a hope and a prayer because he's out. So instead of Vlad Jr. coming up with a couple runners in scoring position, the Dodgers are going to have a chance to walk it off. They are going to challenge here, the Blue Jays are.
Yeah, they're going to take a look and see if there was a clear lane for...
Toronto is challenging the all calls to plate and also blocking of the plate.
There you go. So they're looking to see if Will Smith provided a lane. Now, as soon as he receives the baseball, he can come in and block home plate.
Yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong there. In fact, I know he did.
Carlos Febles at third base. You know, he's had some tough decisions.
And I understand it. It's a World Series game. It's 2 outs. That could be the deciding run. But you got your best guy coming up.
After review, the call of out is confirmed. Also, the call of blocking is confirmed. There is no blocking. Toronto has no challengers left.
So here we go to the bottom of the 10th. And this game through it all is still tied. And guess who's coming up? Last year's walk-off hero, Freddie Freeman, in a tie game 5-5.
Just insane. This game's been overserved. Now watch this play from Teoscar Hernandez. You got to go into that corner and dig it out. He uses his bare hand, which saves the throw, makes it quicker. Tommy Edmonds, second time on the nose. Carlos Febles, both arms waving. You see David Schneider, just nothing you can do. It's not old-timey rules, not allowed to run over Will Smith. But that throw from Teoscar Hernandez, not enough credit. The relay starts with the throw.
And now the walk-off hero from the 10th inning last year, Freddie Freeman. Against Hoffman, still in the game. Ball one. That's a good point you make about the first throw in that relay. Both of them had to be good.
And he barehanded it in the corner.
One bobble, and it's 6-5 Blue Jays. Freeman, foul ball. All right, let's take you back. Last year, game 1, 10th inning. Yankees-Dodgers, bases loaded.
Nestor Cortez having to come into the game, and he knew he had one spot to hit, and he missed it.
Ball, it's out.
Outside, 2-1. This game has lost its mind. Big swing and miss. 2 outs at home plate, 2 outs at third. Ohtani caught stealing after the intentional walk. Ohtani on base all 5 times, 2 doubles, 2 homers. Ball errors, misplays, great plays.
Had it all.
And now a full count. The winning run. Dodgers trying to get it on base. 3-2. Freeman pops it up. Clement, long way to go. And he's got room to make the catch. 1 away.
Life goes on, honey, my baby.
And Dave, you've been around this game long enough. You've been in the World Series multiple times. The loser of this game has to rebound and come right back tomorrow.
So hard.
Catcher number 16,
Because you just pour you get into a game like this. I mean, it's only game 3, but both teams are doing everything that they possibly can to win this game. Will Smith, been a postseason hero so many times. 1 out. In the dirt. And one other point to make about the way the top of this 10th inning unfolded, and I'm not trying to pile on, but you use Miles Straw early as a pinch runner. He's not available on the bench. If Miles Straw had been the pinch runner, he may well have scored.
Ball.
But he's already in the game, so David Schneider is not really a fast runner. He was your best option.
So many things in this game tonight interconnected. You walk Ohtani. In the dirt, 3-0. Not close.
Well, and the worst for Jeff Hoffman right now is you can't just lay in a pitch to Will Smith. He'll hit it over the fence.
Got to be careful with this one. He will definitely swing 3-0. Got the high strike. Hit him. So it would have been ball 4. It ends up hitting him, and that's your winning run. Dave Roberts maybe thinking about a runner, but probably not. I don't think you want a new catcher in the game if this game goes on. Braden Fisher, the guy warming up behind Hoffman.
Yeah, if they're going to use a runner, it'd be Justin Dean, but I see Dean with the helmet, but they're not going to use him.
It's tough when it's your catcher. Now, if Hoffman, say, were to walk Max Muncy and then the winning run is at second, maybe different story.
Totally different story.
And he's walked a lot against Hoffman, Muncy has.
Oh, he pointed out the first game of 3 consecutive in the World Series, you wanted to avoid using too much of your bullpen. Both bullpens are getting taxed.
That's a strike. Well, there's no going back now. You're all in on this game, on both sides. How about that? Think about all the great players the Dodgers have had. One and two. In this era of the Dodgers, we're not talking Kirk Gibson but in this era, the second most famous walk-off home run for LA, the guy at the plate. That 18-inning game. And it was game 3. 1-2. Strike 3 called. Beautiful pitch from Hoffman. So the Blue Jays are 1 out from surviving and seeing the 11th inning.
Now Jeff Hoffman goes to the split finger. It looks like a strike. Stays in the strike zone.
Right fielder, number 37, Hernandez.
I just felt like Max was looking for one more fastball, maybe up. Wasn't expecting that pitch.
2 down. Hernandez pops it up. That one's going to make it back into the seats, though.
It's been the best game for Teoscar Hernandez this World Series. Solo home run, his first at bat, had a single. And he wasn't firing first pitch, so one of the few times we've seen him fire at a first pitch fastball.
Winning run at first with 2 down. Big swing and miss. Outfield for the Blue Jays trying to get positioned where nothing gets by.
You go to almost like a no doubles mode, but then with 2 strikes and knowing Hoffman's split finger, you're also trying not to play too deep. You're looking for some soft contact.
0-2. Hoffman. Hernandez liner, past the dive of the shortstop. And now the winning run is in scoring position. A 3rd hit for Teoscar Hernandez.
Just so strong. Little slider. Didn't want to go back to the split finger or the fastball up.
Number 25.
Dodgers elect to keep Will Smith at second base.
Now that is pretty interesting. With 2 outs, he gets to go on contacts. You get a little advantage there. No Barger in the game. So the arm strength in the outfield maybe not quite the same. Can Tommy Edman be the hero? He got jammed and popped it up. Guerrero makes a catch. And guess who's coming up for the Blue Jays? The guy who just squeezed that baseball. Jays survive. We go to the 11th inning. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will lead off for Toronto. 5-5 ball game. Glass now. Bonda, Robleski, Trinan, Dreyer, Sasaki, Emmett Sheehan stays in the game for a 2nd inning of work. As we go to the 11th inning, a classic World Series game. I mean, it's only game 3. It feels like a game 6 or 7. And Will Smith.
Another one?
Game's gone on so long, the battery might have died on his pitch
probably
count.
did.
We're approaching 4 hours now. Vlad Jr. is the guy who's going to lead off. And you know what, Billy? He's underrated for the stuff he can do that's not hitting.
No, this was such a heads-up play from Vlad Guerrero. Knew that you weren't going to get a chance to get the out at first. Comes off the backhands, and then had an incredible slide. Check how he goes over the top of Will Smith.
That takes so much athleticism to pull that off. He can run the bases better than you expect. He's a way better defender than maybe you would expect. It's been a relatively quiet game, but both times he's been on base, he's scored runs. 5-5 in the 11th. Starts him off with a breaking ball. Ball. 1-1. That one hit to center field. Pages, though, with room. Just off the end of the bat, 1 away.
Guerrero's going back to the dugout knowing he just missed it. You can see he's yelling. Just came right off the barrel.
He knew it. 1 out, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This was originally Bo Bichette's spot. Kiner-Falefa, first time up tonight, drew a walk. They got Sheehan on the mound. Once again, Clayton Kershaw warming up. He's been up, what, 3 different times?
At least.
Hey! Got Varsho on deck for the Blue Jays. Kiner-Falefa, comebacker. Sheehan's going to flip. 2 down. The longer this game goes, I think the more the Blue Jays are missing the guys that are not in the lineup. No Barger, no Springer, no Bichette.
Center fielder Dalton Varsho.
They're playing at a disadvantage.
They really are, and you're always going to have the advantage being the home team.
Varsho takes high. Dribbler foul.
Hardest part when you're hitting these scenarios is, you know, we talk about hero baseball. You want to be the hero. You understand running into a pitch, hitting a home run is so difficult, so you have to stay short.
call, 1-2. There's a fatigue factor as these games go longer, and then there's that factor.
Yeah, once you get after 4 hours, the mental acuity, the sharpness of your decision making is pretty much gone.
Varsho goes down swinging. Emmett Sheehan doing a great job tonight. Another strikeout of Varsho. That means another shot for the Dodgers to walk it off with Shohei Ohtani looming. He's due up third in a tie game. A classic World Series game. Game 3 here in 2025. That's the third straight inning now here at Dodger Stadium where the home team has a chance to win it with a run. 5-5, bottom 11. And Braden Fisher comes on. So he is now the 7th pitcher of the night for the Blue Jays.
Well, it's the third time he's thrown in this World Series. Threw in Game 1, gave up a home run to Ohtani.
He has not looked particularly sharp.
No, he has not. And he has to find his off-speed pitches right away.
Hold up. Stop me. You good? Got it? Okay.
He does.
Here we go.
Because Ohtani is looming. You got Kike Hernandez. You got Pages. And then Ohtani. Not close, 2-0.
Ball, it's out.
3-0.
This could be worst case scenario for Braden Fisher. Lead off walk, gotta throw a strike. And you know Kike's, he lives for these moments.
That's a strike on the inside. Swing and a miss.
3-2. Time.
Fouled away. And he is just such an important hitter here. Inexperienced guy on the mound who hasn't looked real comfortable in the World Series. Ohtani and Betts lined up if the inning extends. Hernandez stays alive. The Blue Jays don't have anybody warming up behind Fisher. Now that could change, but Eric Lauer gets the ball. He's going to start to stretch. He's got to get ready fast. Got him. Wow, what a pitch from Fisher. Strike 3.
It was almost as if just getting to the 3-0 count allowed him to just maybe settle down a little bit more, and then he found his off-speed pitch. And this is his bread and butter, that curveball. It's a really low extension. He doesn't get a ton, which means you can spin it. Guys that don't have great extension can really spin the baseball.
Pages, foul ball. He was originally a Dodgers draft pick out of high school, Braden Fisher. Traded to Toronto. Ohtani on deck. I don't think this game could go 21 innings. I don't know if we're going to see Ohtani as a liner's caught by Clement. I just can't imagine they're going to pitch to him. They're not.
There's no way.
And, I mean, it's within the rules. You understand why they do it. Another time, another place, you could have a long debate about the intentional walk. 9 times
In the last 11 games he's played against the Blue Jays, he's been walked intentionally.
Well, Mookie Betts talks about this, how he feels disrespected when he sees Ohtani getting walked in front of him, because he knows he's a great player too.
Very quiet night for Mookie. It's a strike. Last time Ohtani got walked intentionally, he tried to steal and was thrown out. 0 for 5, Mookie Betts. Strike 2.
Fisher found his curveball. Basically, that's all he's doing is spinning his curveball and his slider.
Winning run at first here in the 11th. Betts pulls one in the left field, base hit in an 0-2 count. He was looking for something off speed and he hooked it on through. So now the winning run is in scoring position.
How about Mookie Betts is now 2 for 4 after an intentional walk to Shohei Ohtani this postseason.
Ohtani might be hurt. Dave Robertson, the trainer. Ohtani trying to get stretched out.
He might be cramping, who knows? And he has to pitch game 4 tomorrow.
Man. Well, that looks okay. He says yes.
I remember watching the ball in left field and watching the relay throw, so I didn't see him round second. I don't know if he twisted his ankle. I did not see it. There's Ohtani. He's kind of running different.
Well, now, if Freddie Freeman gets a hit, we're going to be watching real close.
We've already seen 6 base runners thrown out on the bag tonight.
6. Freeman thrown out at home. Teoscar thrown out at third. Ohtani caught stealing. You got Bichette, you got Kiner Falefa, and you got Schneider, who've been out on the bases for the Blue Jays. Winning run in scoring position. Freeman fouls it back. You got a fastball in a spot where he likes it. Big hit's been hard to come by for both teams. Ohtani trying to be ready to take off. Freeman in the left. Miles Straw comes in and catches. And we play on in the World Series. Ohtani still not looking right as he heads back towards the dugout. We'll see. 5-5 on to the 12th.
Well, Alejandro Kirk, he had an unbelievable throw today, throwing out Shohei Ohtani. How unbelievable. It was his fastest pop time in his career, 1.85. Just enough to get Ohtani the footwork, the arm strength, the accuracy.
And here he is as the game goes on. Tie game 5-5 in the 12th against Emmett Sheehan. Well, some guys just have the ability to raise their level of play, come up with their best when it matters most. Kirk's one of those players. Ball. That one called a ball. It's 2-0.
In between innings, we saw a bunch of Dodger fans getting up, and normally you would assume that they're going to the parking lot. They weren't. Just taking a bathroom break. They'll all be back.
How could you leave now? Kirk fouls that one back. 2-1. Kirk, 3-run homer. Feels like a long time ago.
Like catchers, usually you get late into the game. This is where the wear and tear of being behind the plate, catching pitches, calling ball strikes. Catchers are usually exhausted after these type of games.
You just pour so much of yourself into the defensive side of the game. The game calling, every pitch you call has the mental stress of the World Series on it. And then you have to save something for your at-bats. That's ball four. And there's your go-ahead run on base. We'll see if Kirk can stay out of and out on the bases. It has been a crazy game tonight.
Well, think about all the outs on the bases. You got Bo Bichette. Just a weird one. Freddie Freeman tossed out at home. Vlad Guerrero. An unbelievable plays from Tommy Edman. The stolen base attempt from Shohei Ohtani. And then Tommy Edman the second time with Davis Schneider at home. And it looks like Alejandro Kirk is out of this game for a base runner.
So that's the last player on the bench for Toronto, Tyler Heineman. It's not a high bar to clear. All the great things that Kirk does, he is the slowest runner in the game. So literally anybody off the bench has more speed than Kirk. But it's not that often that a catcher gets removed in a game like this with the pressure of the defensive side. But Heineman's a very good defensive catcher. Let's see if Straw is going to try to bunt. You might need some extra speed. He squares and takes a strike. Now that's part of the calculus, whether you run or don't run. If you're thinking bunt, you need that speed.
You do need just, even if it's a step faster. Now for Miles Straw, if you're going to bunt, this is not a drag bunt scenario where you wait late. You almost have to show early. And Max Muncy is right down his throat. You want to bunt this to first.
He pops it foul. So now it's 0-2.
Good bunters, they show early. And I'm sure Miles Straw is a fantastic bunter when he's trying to bunt for a hit. Now, even with 2 strikes, you could try to bunt, but that's on the player. You can see it's just too late. He doesn't have his bat head out in front. You want the barrel above your hands so you can create a better angle.
0-2, he does square and takes in the dirt. Good save by Will Smith.
That's on Miles Straw. That's not given to you by the manager. They just won't ask you to do that.
It's amazing how we pointed it out when they used the runner for Barger all the way back in the 8th inning. And this spot has become a key spot in the game. 1-2. Well, he squares. And he bunts it in the air. Freeman won't make a throw. Edman cut behind, and they almost got a double play. That hurts for the Blue Jays.
Watch Freddie Freeman. He has a chance. I don't think he has the ball in his glove. I think he didn't trust that Tommy was going to be there, and rather he just held on to it.
So now Clement, who's had so many big moments for the Jays. Take strike one there. Just 1 for 5 in this game. Foul back.
How about the job the Dodgers bullpen has done tonight? I mean, that was the game plan for the Blue Jays, was try to get into the Dodgers bullpen and expose them. The Dodgers haven't broken tonight. Penn has given up 1 run.
On the ground, up the middle, over to backhanded. Edman's got to hurry. Got him. Now the Blue Jays officially out of challenges, but at this point in the game, you can ask the crew chief if you think it needs to be reviewed, and the Blue Jays are not going to do that. So 2 down
You got Heineman, the winning run in scoring position.
Well, remember the question marks about Tommy Edman and his ability to throw to first? It looked like he was having an issue. Tonight he's made 3 incredible throws. See how close it was at first? Not really that close when you slow it down.
So now Jimenez is going to be walked intentionally, which is interesting. The 9th place hitter, Davis Schneider, who has not had an at-bat in the game. He came on as a pinch runner because there wasn't a better option for Ty France. Got thrown out in the 10th inning trying to score the go-ahead run. Now here he is in the 12th with his first at-bat of the game.
That will be the designated hitter, David Schneider.
I mean, he is a good hitter. He's mostly used against lefties. Andres Jimenez has not been walked intentionally very much in his career. But in a spot where it's not a home run that you need, it's not an extra base, where a hit probably puts the Blue Jays ahead. You understand at least the thinking behind it. Only 2 hits in the playoffs for David Schneider.
And if the Blue Jays take the lead, it'll be Brayton Fisher going back out for his 2nd inning of work to try to close this one out.
And again, another one of these spots where this was Springer's spot. He's out of the game. Mound visit over, meeting over.
These are the games where somebody random becomes a World Series hero.
Ball high. Now the runner at second, he is officially a pinch runner, but he's a catcher. Tyler Heineman. So he's got to get a good jump, maybe a good secondary lead. If Schneider gets a base hit to the outfield to try to score. Tie game in the 12th. That's a strike. Good pitch.
Well, and all 3 outfield arms for the Dodgers, especially center field and right field, are above average. Kike Hernandez has a strong arm, but Pages at center field has a cannon, so does Teoscar in right.
Left-hander Lucas on deck if it gets to him. 1-1 to Schneider. Emmett Sheehan steps off. Meanwhile, Clayton Kershaw's pitched a complete game in the bullpen. He's still warming up out there. And it's possible that if Schneider reaches, we might see the future Hall of Famer. One. Kind of a knee buckler on the outside at 1-2.
Davis Schneider, he modeled his swing after Will Smith, the Dodgers catcher. And we talk about how Will Smith, if you were to handpick a Dodger to hit with the game on the line, you want him hitting.
We're going to see Will Smith in the bottom of this 12th. The 1-2. Ball outside and high. 2-2. A marathon game in the World Series, and it's only game 3. Two. That's in the dirt. Another good pick by Smith. Spry, despite all the time in the squat tonight.
Now a 3-2 count, first and second. The runners will be going, but you have to make sure that they go to the plate. Sometimes you'll see a spin move or a back pick.
3-2. There they go. And a swing and a slow roller towards third. Muncy got him with the force. Heineman kind of slowed up going to the bag. And Muncy waited for the ball, got into a first baseman's position, stretched out, scooped it, and the Blue Jays are going to ask for a challenge. The umpires.
Oh, man, Dave, this could be a massive mistake from Tyler Heineman. He wasn't even moving 3-2, and he didn't slide into third.
You have to get a better now. I think he's going to get away with it. I think he's going to get away with it. I have no idea what he was doing there.
Jordan Baker calls him out at third base. Man, what a heads-up play for Max Muncy. Talk about awareness.
It was a great play by Muncy.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. The runner is safe.
So now decision time, and I mean, this is sort of unbelievable. The future Hall of Famer, who's had such a star-crossed playoff career, who's announced that he's retiring at the end of this World Series run for the Dodgers. An all-time great, Clayton Kershaw, is coming in with the bases loaded in a tie game in the 12th. Don't go away.
As we're watching the base running, Tyler Heineman's at second base, 3-2. You got to be moving before the pitch is thrown. He takes a secondary pitch, decides not to slide into third, and they dodge a bullet.
So now it sets the stage for Clayton Kershaw. 41st career playoff appearance. All the stuff he's done in his career, he's never pitched in the 12th inning of a game. Bases loaded, left on left. Lucas, the hitter for the Blue Jays. And he takes low. Ball one. A tie game. A walk would put Toronto ahead.
Nathan Lucas is an excellent hitter with the bases loaded. He's 6 for 12. And yes, the accolades of Clayton Kershaw, first ballot Hall of Famer.
What a spot. That is a strike. I mean, some wondered whether Kershaw was on the playoff roster just as a tip of the cap to his Hall of Fame career. And here he is in a huge spot. That's a ball. Could have been a strike, called a ball. That's a huge call. It's 1-1. You hear Will Smith asking, and Mark Wegner says in.
The biggest strike call is a 1-1 pitch because it swings. If it's called a strike, 1-2, you're out. 2-1, you're in a hitter's count.
Bases loaded, 2 down. And there's strike 2.
2-2.
2-2 in the dirt.
Time.
All right, here we go. There's nowhere to put him. Ball 4 means Blue Jays score to take the lead.
18 years worth of pitching at the big leagues. What pitch is he going to pull out?
Usually with Kershaw, if you're asking, it's slider. 3-2. And a fly ball down the left field line, slicing away and slicing foul.
Well, Dave, the one thing about Kershaw left on left is that the slider still works itself out where a lefty can walk with it. They can hit that ball to a righty. That's down and into your back foot. You swing over the top.
And it was a slider. 3-2. We'll see if he does it again. Heineman at third, Jimenez at second, Schneider at first. Tie game, 12th inning, bases loaded. And a foul by Lucas. He went up with the fastball.
Pretty amazing. Max Scherzer started this game for the Toronto Blue Jays. Both guys, future Hall of Famers, both pitching Game 3 of the World Series.
Another 3-2. It is hit softly towards second. Edman charges, flips with a glove, got him at first. And the Blue Jays do not score. One of the biggest outs. Think how many big outs Clayton Kershaw's gotten in his life. And that's one of the biggest.
Well, watch Tommy Edman. He has to come flying with the glove flip. This game has been insane.
What a play, what a pitch, what a game. We go to the bottom of the 12th tonight, and the emotion of it all with Kershaw. High five from everybody, and Tommy Edman too. Blue Jays don't score, so it's still tied. Bottom 12, and Will Smith takes strike one. Braden Fisher still in the game for the Blue Jays.
I've seen some wild games here, Dave, and this game feels like it needs to get kicked out of the bar.
This is one of the craziest games in World Series history. There's no doubt about that. Saw Heineman stays in to catch. 0-2 to Will Smith. And you see Kershaw there, that would indicate he's done his job tonight. They'll get another pitcher warmed up behind him.
Ball, it's out.
Outside.
1-2.
Looks like Enriquez.
He's got power stuff, big time arm. Got it. Out number one.
Braden Fisher. Dave, this guy is, showing his moxie out there, and John Schneider's going to get him, but that was a huge out.
So it's probably Eric Lauer. He was the guy warming up who's going to come in for the Blue Jays. There's Eric. Tie game, bottom 12, one out. Fisher did his job. Back right after this. And bottom 12 here in LA. An all-time classic game 3. Blue Jays and the Dodgers, and Eric Lauer, who has been a starter and a long man. And it's possible that the plan, I know he's been a short reliever this postseason, but he may be in this game if it keeps going.
He has to. We're at 410 total pitches tonight.
It's a lot. Number 411 to Max Muncy. Here's a curveball for a strike. I'm not going to keep doing that.
No, you can't. I mean, in a major league game, if you're below 300, that's about average.
Muncy hits a pop-up. Kiner Falefa, long run, and he makes a catch, wide receiver style. 2 down. Good play.
Very good play from Isaiah Kiner Falefa. He's in the game. Bo Bichette started at second base. Bo would not have caught that baseball. For Eric Lauer, he was such an important piece to the Blue Jays rotation throughout the season.
Two down here in the bottom of the 12th. Teoscar Hernandez. Maybe he can be the hero. He sure has the power to do it. And he's having the best game he's had really since game 1 of that Phillies series, which was a long time ago. 3 hits tonight, including a homer. Ball 1-1. Contrast, Kershaw and Fisher. Both did their job tonight. Fouled away, and it's 1-2. This is back in the 2nd inning.
Feels like a month ago, but it was a little slider for Max Scherzer. First hit of this World Series was a bomb to left. Got the scoring early for the Dodgers, put them up 1-0.
Ball.
2-2.
2-2.
Another foul ball. If the Blue Jays live to see the 13th, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would lead off. Tied him up, and that's a pop-up. Kiner Falefa underneath this one.
We are going 13 in game 3. This game has just been a war between the two best that the big leagues have to offer. Vlad Jr. coming up in the 13th. Now, Dave Fleming, Ryan Spielborg's late night in LA. Imagine all the folks back in Toronto trying to hang in with what has been just an all-timer. But nobody's scored since the 7th inning. We go to the 13th. And it's Edgardo Enriquez who takes over.
Yeah, hard-throwing Venezuelan. He hasn't pitched since the wild card series. And he can spray a baseball. His big arm throws over 100 miles an hour. And Vlad Guerrero, who's coming up right now, he does a lot of damage on fastballs over 95 miles an hour. The regular season, he hit 308 with a 423 slug.
The 5th time all-time that a World Series game has gotten as deep as this. That's a lot of games. This is the 121st World Series. Strike one. Good start for Enriquez. Ball. 1-0-1. He sure has power. I mean, for the Blue Jays, because you don't have Bichette still in the game, it's Kiner Falefa on deck. Even a walk here, and you might play some small ball. Try to, at least. Blue Jays' attempts to do any of that kind of stuff tonight have been futile. There's Kiner Falefa.
Just based on how this roster is shaking out for the Blue Jays with the guys coming out, Blue Jays are going to have to win this playing small ball.
On the ground toward third, a foul ball. And the Blue Jays are not without opportunity tonight. They have left 15 men on base. The Dodgers have left 10. Last inning, the Blue Jays had the Dodgers on the ropes, had the bases loaded. Two and two. That one a broken back, grounded to short. Mookie Betts throws him out. Even the great Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has gone quiet in this game.
Number 7, Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
So Springer's out with an injury. Bichette out for a pinch runner. Kirk out for a pinch runner. Barger out for a pinch runner. I mean, they are playing way short-handed. Heck. 102. And I'll reiterate the point you made. The narrative of the postseason, which is not false, it's true. Get in the Dodgers bullpen and then go to work. Not tonight.
Dodgers bullpen's been working great.
Falefa, not even close. Got it. 2 down.
That last pitch was at 102. And you can see how far past it was from IKF.
So 2 down, Dalton Varsho. Feels like one of the only shots for the Blue Jays. For a bolt of lightning. First pitch breaking ball in there for a strike.
Got him, first base.
It did hit Varsho. So he will go to first. But now instead of Kirk, it's Tyler Heineman.
Tyler Heineman.
And this is where the Blue Jays are they're playing with one hand tied behind their back.
Yeah, it feels like that. Todd Varsho, back leg.
He's got big thighs. Absorb some of that.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, this is where you're looking for a ball in the dirt, or if you get the high leg kick, go first pitch.
Yeah. Feels like it would be worth it. Take a shot. To center field. Pages is there. Pages with the catch. Blue Jays have set a new all-time World Series record with 16 men left on base tonight. Still tied 5-5.
There it goes, the long drive. If it stays fair, home run. We will have a 7th game in this 1975 World Series.
Now that home run, one of the most famous swings in the history of baseball. Bottom 12 of that classic World Series, Red Sox Reds, 1975 Game 6 tonight. It's Game 3, Blue Jays Dodgers, and we're in the 13th ball. Tommy Edman, who's been right in the middle of so much of the drama of this game, gets to bat from his stronger side. Hits that one out to right center. Varsho not going to get there. And Edmonds digging for second. The winning run in scoring position for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the 13th.
Couldn't have asked for it any better if you're the Dodgers. Well, Tommy Edman, this is his stronger side. He gets a pitch out, and I'm watching Dalton Varsho. This ball just starts to fade away from him. It'll go into the right center gap. Varsho, an excellent defender in center, just has no chance to get it. And it looks like the Dodgers are going to use a pinch runner. They might even use a pinch bunter. Yeah, they're calling Tommy Edman back, it looks like.
Well, Tommy Edman's not slow, but you do have, I don't think he's coming out of the game. Well, I don't know. I don't know.
All right, so Miguel Rojas is going to come up. They're going to ask him to pinch hit, to bunt. Now, if John Schneider decides to, for whatever reason, intentionally walk, here comes John Schneider. He's going to go game planning right here. So if they bunt with Miguel Rojas, you're clearly going to walk Pages and Ohtani. At least I think so, just to set up a force. But then it's the Mookie Betts. So a lot of decision making going on right now.
I mean, the thing about this game here, we're in the 13th. The Blue Jays have used everybody. The Dodgers have a full bench.
So the Dodgers might not even choose a bunt right here and just take 2 shots at 2 hitters.
I mean, you have Alex Call now, not Pages, in the on-deck circle. We'll see. Edmonds stays in to run. There's Alex Call. Lauer trying to get through it somehow. Rojas bunts, and it's a good bunt. Clement makes the play to first. So the winning run 90 feet away.
Yeah, now this is really tough decision making because do you want to bring the infield in with Alex Call? Good bunt from Miguel Rojas, just professional bunter, professional player.
Some of those little things the Blue Jays have not executed particularly well on tonight. They had a chance for a bunt, couldn't get it down. Rojas does it right away. Well, this is where the decision is just so difficult. You get Alex Call, but Ohtani on deck. And they're going to bring the infield in and pitch to Call.
All right, so pitch to Call. And then figure out what you're going to do with Betts and Freeman. Because you're not facing Ohtani.
No.
So this is the game right here for Alex Call. Get a pitch up, hit it in the outfield.
Takes a curve low. And Edman's got enough speed where you figure in most instances he's going on contact. Ball off the inside. I mean, you don't have to give in because, as you were saying, if you walk Call, you walk Ohtani, you got to force it home.
But it'll be Mookie Betts that time.
Correct.
Versus Call.
2-0. Winning run at third. That one a pop-up. And even with the infield in, Jimenez plenty of time to get back and make the catch. 2 down. This is going to be the third consecutive intentional walk for Ohtani. So he is on base for the 7th straight time tonight. And I don't blame Dodgers fans. This is where the intentional walk takes some of the fun away from the biggest games.
Well, we saw Ohtani, who was running almost apprehensive. Not sure if he did something on the slide when he was stealing or when he was going to second his last time on the field.
His run doesn't matter.
No.
He can just stay close. Now
you're getting walked also.
And they're going to walk Mookie Betts. So
they're
there
going
you
to walk
go.
Betts. Yeah. And I mean, look, you have to trust your pitcher to throw strikes because a walk or a hit batter ends the game. But you get left on left, even against one of the all-time great clutch hitters. I can see the logic.
Put yourself in Eric Lauer's shoes. He's remaining completely calm. I'm looking out there. It could be a spring training game. And the path for Eric Lauer, the injuries, playing overseas, coming back.
Well, Freddie Freeman, with the bases loaded last year, did something pretty good. Low, ball one. He doesn't need a homer here. Reach base, and this classic game is over. Lauer with a 1-0. Freeman hits a fly ball center field. Varsho back, all the way back, and he makes a catch in front of the wall.
This game's bananas.
And this year, just not quite enough for Freddie Freeman. He almost did it again. We go to the 14th. Three played here, Red Sox Dodgers back in 2018, 7 years ago, longer than this one.
Well, that game in 2018 was 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Ooh, we got ways to go till we get there. Enriquez stays in for the Dodgers. Ball. Miles Straw, whose spot almost to rub it in for the Blue Jays, just keeps coming up over and over. Call in left. Edman moves out to the outfield. He plays center. Rojas in the game at second base. Heck.
Yep.
Straw is 0 for 2. Since coming in as a pinch runner for Addison Barger back in the 8th inning.
This is where Toronto, they had to figure out a way to string at least 3 at-bats together.
Boy, it's out.
And it's what they pride themselves in. Two and two. Blue Jays have left more men on base in this game than any team in the history of the World Series. Now it is a long game, but it's not like they haven't had a lot of chances. That one to center field. Edman immediately tested. That one carries pretty well. One away.
Miles Straw gave that last one a ride. That's pretty much as good as Miles Straw can hit one to center field.
Number 22, Ernie Clement.
Usually the fly ball attack for Miles Straw is not the way to go. Here's Clement, 1 for 6 tonight. Foul ball. And again, you made the point a while ago, but it's definitely worth repeating.
Thanks, buddy.
The fatigue factor really starts to become important.
It does, and for a lot of baseball players, that demarcation line's right around the 4-hour mark. Now you add the World Series on top of it, you just lose focus.
0-2.
And it's not that you're not focused, it's just your swing decisions, some of the plays that you start to make. You start getting outside of what you're normally accustomed to.
0-2. Ball just outside.
And then take the same conversation we're having about players.
1-2.
How about Mark Wegner behind home plate tonight?
Ooh. That's a long night where you got to concentrate every single pitch of the game. I mean, it's a little different than being a player, but he's the only person on the field who literally every single pitch tonight has to be 100% in.
He's basically called 450 pitches.
1-2 to Clement. Old foul. That's one of the reasons why baseball sets it up. John Tumpain is the home plate umpire tomorrow. He is not in the game. You have an extra umpire, so whoever's going to call balls and strikes the next night gets the night off. And this would be the perfect example of why you would do that. Clement, another foul. On the ground toward third. Quick hop from Muncy. Winds up. Throws low, and Freeman picked it out.
This is a heck of a play for Freddie Freeman. The hardest play for an infielder, especially at first base, is the backhand. The in-between hop. Max Muncy tries to set his feet, get it on the air, but look at the in-between hop.
Shortstop, number 0,
You have to have
Andres
such
Jimenez.
soft hands, and you can't have big moves, otherwise you'll either whiff or the ball will come out of the webbing.
So 2 outs. And now the 9th place hitter, Andres Jimenez. That's kind of a wild swing.
That's what we're talking about as far as you're just trying to do a little bit more than normal. That's not a pitch you would normally fire at, but it's also showing you Enriquez, his fastball is a big fastball.
0-2. Last now didn't even get through 5, and the beleaguered Dodgers bullpen has stood up and then some. Banda, Robleski, Treinen, Trier, and on and on. So now Enriquez. 0-2. Jimenez fouled it off his foot or leg.
There's no more players for the Blue Jays, so no matter how bad he hurt his foot, he has to stay in.
They've used everybody. Oh, man. You don't see a foul ball there very often. Well, I sort of against all odds. Jimenez does have 2 home runs in the playoffs. Oh. Still 0-2. Dodgers in the bottom of the 14th. Smith, Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez due up. Got it. Enriquez doing his job. All these pitchers doing their jobs. Jimenez thought he got a piece of it. Home plate umpire says no. Another chance for the Dodgers to walk it off. Tie game, bottom 14.
Well, how about game 2? We've seen some homers. We've seen a lot of things. Will Smith, he got the scoring early in game 2. This was the pitcher's duel. Yamamoto against Kevin Gausman and Max Muncy. Same inning. Goes opposite field. Why is that important? Because they just had the 14th inning stretch. And Will Smith and Max Muncy are the first 2 batters in the 14th inning.
So Lauer will stay in. Ball 1 to Will Smith.
Now, Eric Lauer has no parachute. There's nobody warming up in the pen. It is Eric Lauer is going to either have a win or a loss tonight.
I think that's right. One and 2 to Will Smith. Of the non-starting pitchers, technically each team has 1 guy remaining. Will Klein for the Dodgers and Brendan Little for the Blue Jays. Fouled away.
Bring up a great point with Will Klein. He's not a long reliever.
No. He's still warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. Or at least he's still standing out there. Ball. 2-2. Most of this big crowd is still here, and most everybody is standing. It's pretty impressive. Fouled away.
It's been a great crowd. There's no 52,000 at the start. Notorious fans for leaving early. Nobody's left. Why would you?
Another foul. And this game's now well over 5 hours. Warned against the tendency for hero ball. Might take some hero ball at this point. Will Smith has 5 career walk-off home runs. 2-2. He hits one high and deep to left center. At the wall and caught.
Hold your breath moment for John Schneider and the Blue Jays. And I was watching Will Smith. He hit that baseball. He wasn't sure. It felt like he got enough. His reaction says he thought he got it.
Muncy.
Oh, so close. Ball one to Max Muncy.
Check this out, off the bat, 102. That's barreled. He thinks he has it. He dropped it like he had it. Dodgers thinking they got it.
I think Dave Roberts did what you did. I think you almost could see he watched Will Smith flip that bat and started to celebrate.
I always watch the hitter because they'll tell you if they got it or not. And it felt like when he dropped the bat, he got it.
Max Muncy, he was the 18th inning hero in 2018 in Game 3.
Boy, it's out.
Wow, right on the corner, call the ball. 2-1.
That's a swing pitch. The difference between a 1-2 count and a 2-1 count is 150 points in batting average.
I think Max Muncy's trying to do one thing. Swing and miss, 2-2.
2-2.
There's never been a player to have 2 World Series walk-off home runs in a career. Ever. He hits one high and deep down the right field line, hooking, foul.
Watching Max Muncy to see if he's going to go Carlton Fisk, see if he could get the ball to move fair. Now watch Tyler Heineman. See, he watches, then he'll put his hand up, asking for a new baseball.
Sure, I knew it all along.
Time.
Now, Heineman is going to use a trip to the mound, and I think the pitch clock was about to expire. So you burn one of those visits to make sure it's not an automatic ball.
Yeah, worth it.
Well, they're getting their money's worth out of this visit. Why not? Two.
Ball.
Low with the curve. Three-two. That's ball four. What could have been with Will Smith? I mean, that is so close.
Right fielder, number 37, Oscar Hernandez.
Kershaw's no dummy. You got to beat the young guys over the fence.
Here we go.
Just in case.
All right, here we go.
I was looking at John Schneider on the Blue Jays bench. He's watching this game because there's no more moves to make.
Yeah.
He's a passenger now.
Well, the winning run is out there. Muncy. Hernandez. Foul ball. That was a challenge fastball. First pitch of the at-bat. I think Dave Roberts is glad to see Teoscar Hernandez swing at that pitch. I think the Dodgers feel like Teoscar has sort of fallen into a passive pattern at the plate. He's been aggressive tonight. Lauer steps off. Now Muncy, pretty short lead over at first. Just keep that in mind in case of an extra base hit. In the dirt. He's also not getting any kind of read on Lauer's move to the plate. Each one of these pitches, Muncy's going back.
If you remember game 1, Lauer almost picked off Shohei Ohtani. Has an excellent move to first.
And he can't get picked off here, obviously, but it is a factor. If Hernandez hits one into the gap down the line. 0-2. In the dirt again. Ball. 2-2. Last inning in the 13th, Tommy Edman had a leadoff double. Dodgers had a runner in scoring position with nobody out. Edman's on deck now here in the 14th. Little squibber, foul. Stays alive.
Just make it clap.
After the error Edman had earlier in the game, he's made a lot of great defensive plays.
It's been like a Shakespearean night for Tommy Edman. Ball count from 0-2 to 3-2. That's very questionable with one out whether Muncy would be taken off, but a walk would push that winning run into scoring position. Ooh, fastball in the strike zone, still 3-2.
Yeah, very healthy cut for Hernandez. Chris Woodward, they're trying to get a read on Eric Lauer. I mean, you would prefer to get some movement, see if you can create some chaos defensively, get somebody out of position.
Up the middle, base hit. Muncy to second, he'll stop there. What a good at bat for Teoscar Hernandez, who's having a big night.
I was watching Eric Lauer. That's the fourth hit for Hernandez. Right back up the middle on a fastball. Just making sure Lauer doesn't twist his ankle, get hurt. Now you got Tommy, who an inning ago just faced Eric Lauer and hit a double.
Tommy Edman, he's been in the middle of everything tonight, it feels like. Can he be the hero for the Dodgers in the last of the 14th? He pulls it foul. Pitch running in on his hands. And this is by far his stronger side in his career. Still only one out. Eric Lauer, the pitcher. A pop-up. Probably going to call the infield fly rule. They will. So the batter's out now. Kiner Falefa catches it anyway. 2 down. Well, Miguel Rojas, he's been around this game for a long time. He's not healthy. He's not playing much these days. But, and this is a guy where regular season game, he's feeling good. Dodgers love having him up in a spot like this. I mean, he can get the bat on the ball.
And he can hit lefties, and usually when he's right, he shoots the ball right center.
Well, that's out.
Takes a curve outside. With 2 down, and Lauer does have an empty base. A lot of chances for both teams. On the ground. Over to scoop it up, Clement. He's going to throw low. One hop to Guerrero. Out number 3. And we play on to the 15th inning. The second longest game in the 121 years of World Series baseball. It's 5-. Now this was when the Dodgers thought this game was coming to an end. Leading off the bottom of the 14th. Everybody here thought that one was out, and oh so close for Will Smith. It came up short. And now officially the second longest game in the history of the World Series. The 2 longest have taken place right here. Will Klein takes over. The young right-hander. Strike 1. Top of the order for the Jays, which looks a little different than it did at the start of the game. Second postseason appearance for Klein. Both have come in the World Series, 0-2.
Well, he hadn't seen Klein all postseason until game 1. And now he's in a position, there's nobody left in the Dodgers bullpen.
Two. Very high.
Talk about pitchers with no parachutes, meaning any sort of traffic you get into, any sort of jam, you have to get yourself out of it.
Big swing and miss, strike 3.
Klein, he throws so hard. There's that fastball, 99 miles an hour. Between Enriquez and Klein, we've seen a lot of high heat. That's it.
They've used them all. I mean, I guess in theory, you could tell Blake Snell to go grab the spikes and try to get loose and give him an inning, maybe. Yamamoto, maybe.
Yeah. Trey is Savage for the Blue Jays, maybe. And Nathan Lucas did not like that high strike call from Mark Wagner.
He's behind in the count 0-2. Just a little high. It's all quiet down there. Shot foul. Brendan Little. He's the last guy standing for the Jays. And he's getting ready. We don't know. It'd be interesting to know whether, for John Schneider, if the Jays were to score here, might he keep Lauer in the game?
I think that's probably why he has Little warming up, is to close it out.
Yeah, but it could be the opposite.
And if it remains tied, he'll go back to Lauer.
Could be.
So because Lauer is he's still sitting there like he's in the game.
Well, Lauer's definitely acting like he's still in this game. Out to short, backhand play. Betts got it. Maybe Vladimir Guerrero Jr. can be the guy.
First baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Well, he's had several swings tonight, Dave, where he just missed the barrel. He's broken a bat, but he had 2 swings to center field, just missing it.
Ooh, 99 miles an hour.
That's a prime example of what we call hero ball. I mean, you think you're Paul Bunyan.
0-2. Up the middle. A diving stop, and Rojas just flung it to no avail. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. does get a 2-out hit.
Still has more homers this season than strikeouts. This was with an 0-2 count.
Second baseman Isaiah Kiner.
Rojas, you got to credit the effort. I mean, all the guys tonight, there's not 1 ounce of energy they have not used.
That was the 8th plate appearance for Vlad Jr. Kiner Falefa takes a strike. You gotta give Will Klein credit. I mean, he's not one of the trusted guys. He's the last man standing for. He's throwing strikes. He did in game 1. Ball outside, 1-1. We got Varsho on deck. The Blue Jays, maybe their ideal scenario with the way this lineup is now late in the game, get him a chance. Fouled away though. 1-2.
1-2. The Blue Jays are banged out 15 hits tonight. This is the 58th at bat. Both teams, David, and there's close to 110 at bats tonight, but only 22 strikeouts.
Ball to take.
I mean, so that means the ball's been in play so many times.
Got him. Strike 3 called, fastball at the knees. Everybody's been used out of the Dodgers bullpen, and everybody's been good out of the Dodgers bullpen. Another chance to walk it off for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 15th inning and the bottom half, 5-5.
I'm curious to see what the Blue Jays decide to do. Alex Call's going to lead off, but with Ohtani, he's had 3 consecutive intentional walks. I'm curious with 1 out, nobody on, if they allow Eric Lauer to face Ohtani. You know Ohtani's not running well right now.
Let's see. Call takes a strike.
Well, Call had a chance to win the game and popped out to the infield with 1 out, runner at third.
Now his second at bat.
Time.
Away. Well, this was earlier in the game when they were still pitching to Ohtani.
Well, 3rd inning, hits a ball to right field, little fastball up and in for Max Scherzer. And then we talked about 7th inning, avoid him. They go first pitch fastball, Sir Anthony Dominguez, and Ohtani goes opposite field.
Ball. 1-2.
1-2.
And that's the last run of the game. That Ohtani home run. They have not let him hit since then. 3 consecutive intentional walks. Ball. 2-2.
2-2. A little up and yeah.
Over 500 pitches tonight, 504 pitches thrown.
It's a foul ball. '50th pitch for Eric Lauer. Call, chopper. Kiner Falefa's got it. He'll throw just in time. Well, I'm going to give him credit for knowing how long he had. That was close.
Way too close. Isaiah Kiner Falefa won a Gold Glove at third base. Watch how he double pumps. I don't think he realized that Call was moving this fast down the line. And it was close. They're going to walk Ohtani.
He's being intentionally walked.
It's the kind of game that's going to get the folks in the commissioner's office thinking about the whole concept of the intentional walk. They're the first player in the history of postseason play to be walked intentionally 4 times. He had been the first player in World Series history to reach base 7 times. I don't even have to look it up. He's the first one to reach base 8 times. Mookie Betts takes a curve for a strike.
Mookie is 2 for 4 this postseason when Shohei Ohtani is intentionally walked.
Can Dodgers make him pay?
Ball.
Now we pointed out that Shohei Ohtani, last time he was on base, the trainer had to come check him out at second base because he was not running well. So this is not, ball in the gap. It's not a foregone conclusion. He'll be able to score.
Swing by Betts. 1-2. Betts to right field. Going back on the ball, Lucas. He'll catch. Ohtani's tagging, but bluffing. He looked okay there.
He looks fine. Here's Ohtani. He sees the ball in the air to right. He goes back to tag and thinks maybe I'll take a chance. He looks fine. Maybe he was cramping earlier.
Yeah, it makes you think that's what it is. So now Freeman. And Lauer's going to step off.
Ball.
Call the ball. Freeman came up in the 13th after double intentional walks, bases loaded, 2 outs, and hit one to the warning track in center field. Hey! 1-1. He had an RBI hit back in the 5th that tied it up at that point. His only hit of the game. Extra inning hero last year in game 1. Hits that one to left center. Varsho sprinting. He'll get there and make the catch. One of the great defensive center fielders in the game. Might have just saved the game for the Blue Jays.
Well, there's no question, Dalton Varsho just ran this game down.
Helps to have a Gold Glover out there. To the 16th we go. All right, by the numbers tonight, 18 pitchers, 517 pitches, 23 strikeouts, 8 extra base hits, 6 outs on the bases. We haven't even put that in there. And Dalton Varsho goes after the first pitch from Will Klein. We carry on, add to those numbers. 16th inning, 5-5. Second longest game in World Series history. One ball, one strike to count.
Well, Will Klein this year, you know, his longest outing was 2 innings. So he did that in June.
Two and one.
2-1. There's no extra pitcher for the Dodgers unless they use a starter.
That one hit hard by Varsho, but scooped by Rojas. It's one of the hardest hit balls in a while for a Blue Jay, but it's an out.
Yeah, this one's screaming off the bat over 100 miles an hour, and it had a little funky spin. Rojas had to reshuffle his feet.
That's a good play. So here's Tyler Heineman. He bounces one, just foul. I mean, Varsho, Dodgers probably think it'd take that, because Freddie Freeman, I think off the bat, he thought he had a great chance to end this game in the 15th, and Varsho was just too fast. Fouled away. 0-2.
It's pretty damn close. Okay. Thanks, buddy.
Right down the middle with the fastball.
Now, normally regular season extra inning games, the players that are out of the game, extra innings, they might do some shenanigans. They might head into the clubhouse, try to get a rally started. Not happening in the World Series.
No, it is not.
Am I gonna be down there? Yes.
Everybody's still out there. You also have to fuel up. That looks pretty good. You think Vlad has a few extra slices he could send up here? Still 0-2. Foul. Almost sent a baseball back up here.
It's not what we asked for.
No.
This is going to be a game that when players' careers are over, they're going to sit around and talk about Game 3 World Series and how they were a part of it.
Still 0-2.
Oh, thank you very much. There you go. You good?
Who made the delivery? Straight from the clubhouse. Look at that presentation. And a nice cutting board.
Keep the players nourished and hydrated.
A little energy. That one pulled foul. So we started right around 5. It's 11 o'clock Pacific time. Approaching 6 hours this game. We're in the 16th inning. Will talking to himself.
Broken bat pop-up. Pitcher, you got to take it. Everybody else is too tired. 2 down.
You see Freddie Freeman has a spot. He's like, hey, PFPs, you're allowed to catch it.
Left fielder, Miles Straw.
Some smiles over there.
Yeah.
Including from the starter, Tyler Glasnow, who left this game, 4.5 hours ago? 2 outs for Miles Straw. Strike 1. Bullpen's still quiet for the Blue Jays. I mean, Eric Lauers has been a hero. There have been a lot of heroes tonight. Eric Lauer has already gotten 11 outs. He's thrown 57 pitches. No chance for Miles Straw. Will Klein just blew him away. To the bottom of the 16th. Blue Jays 5. Dodgers 5. Leaving it all on the field tonight in LA.
This game, it's had it all, but it hasn't had the final run. Bottom of the 16th inning, 5-5, 29 hits between these two teams, and neither club giving an inch.
Will Smith, last time up, oh so close. Ball. Maybe he had some watermelon slices in between his last at bat. That one called a ball. I'm not going to dog the home plate umpire. Mark Wegner, just what a night for him.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, not much.
It's interesting to hear that dialogue.
Catchers are always asking, trying to find where they can get a little bit more of the strike zone.
Strike 2. In that case, I think it was Will Smith, wasn't it, asking, is that all the way out there? And Mark Wegner said basically, no, there's a little more. He's a catcher and a hitter. Who's going to be the hero tonight? Eric Lauer already has been one for the Jays. Got him.
How about Eric Lauer? 61 pitches now, came in relief. Not an easy task. He's able to mix and match his speeds. He had a chance, Dodgers did, to win it. Lauer found a way out of it. Also had a ball barrel to Will Smith, almost got out. Another one, Dalton Varsho runs down.
Here's Muncy. Muncy can't believe it. Fouled away, it's 0-2.
This pitch right at the very top, hooded by Tyler Heineman, not a strike.
Ball. 1-2.
No player has ever had 2 walk-off hits in World Series history. You got Brendan Little just kind of staying ready out there.
Thanks, Tyler.
2-2. Well, that's Shane Bieber.
And tomorrow's starter.
So he's gone out there. Just in case. Another foul ball.
pitcher who's in the game for the Dodgers, if this game continues, has never gone more than 2. Got him. Foul tip into the mid. Man, this is starting to really remind you, Eric Lauer, of Nate Eovaldi's performance in that famous game right here, 2018.
Well, you go back to this game, and yes, he gives up the home run to Max Muncy, but listening to the Red Sox, they gave him a standing ovation when the game was over. They appreciated his effort. They went on to win the World Series.
He was supposed to pitch the next night, game 4. Went 6. Teoscar Hernandez, center field. Varsho out number 3. Varsho and Lauer, that combination once again keeps the game going. Another one, just a little bit more to the 17th in LA. We're digging deep now on both sides. Blue Jays, some of their players doing some rally cap kind of stuff. We definitely noticed in between the 16th and the 17th, a little more bounce over there. I think everybody's just trying to pitch in, see if they can get the energy level back up. Ernie Clement against Klein, who stays in. Even Max Scherzer might have been participating momentarily. Now it kind of looks like Eric Lauer might be done. Clement, right center. Tommy Edman now out there, 1 away.
School night. Smart.
Number 0, Andres Jimenez.
As exciting as it's been, sometimes you can't help it.
Sometimes you just tap out.
Jimenez. Ball.
Well, there's been a couple balls hit tonight, Dave, that I think earlier in the evening, because you start getting that marine layer, the ball's just not traveling to center field like it normally does. And we go back to, there's a time and a place where Dodger Stadium, you had to squash a baseball to hit it out.
Temperature's definitely fallen.
2-1.
As I was watching the reaction, you had Will Smith, you had Teoscar with that last swing. Teoscar held his bat up for a little bit. I think he thought he got it too.
Two and two.
We know tomorrow, I believe it's going to be in the 80s, so the ball will fly.
2-2.
We're going to get to tomorrow in a little different way than we thought.
We might get there in about 40 minutes.
Count 3-2.
Thank you, Will. Here we go. I'll trade you.
Got it. Foul tip right into the mid, strike 3.
Yeah, Will Klein, 4 punch-outs, and now he's in uncharted territories. This is the deepest in a game for an outing for Will Klein he's ever done in the big leagues.
Here's Schneider. I mean, and for the Blue Jays offense, they're going quietly now. The Blue Jays just haven't been able to muster anything as this game has gone on. Schneider, a liner caught by Klein. See, I got the ball. Midway through the 17th. Who's going to snag a win in Game 3 of the World Series? Well, it's already the second longest game in postseason history by inning. It is the 4th longest by time, and we are churning quickly towards second place. Mark Pryor chatting with Shohei Ohtani's interpreter. I mean, Ohtani's supposed to pitch tomorrow. Brendan Little takes over. He's had a rough postseason. High ball 1. He's the last man standing in the Blue Jays pen, although they have sent Shane Bieber, tomorrow night's starter, down into the bullpen. 5-5, bottom 17. Edman. Way inside, and he swung over top, 1-1.
Now, you know, with perspective of a 17-inning game, this is essentially a doubleheader. If you were to start, call the 10th inning the first inning, we're in the 8th.
There's Bieber sort of pacing around. 1-2.
1-2.
The Dodgers bullpen's what, throwing 10 straight scoreless innings of relief? And the Blue Jays are now matching Eric Lauer, 4 2/3 tonight. One, 2. Got him.
Got it.
Well, for Little, no shades of the guy who's had a hard time throwing strikes in the playoffs.
No, not at all. This is a good little sequence for Little. Just in the strike zone, uses his knuckle curve.
So here's Rojas. Strike 1 to Rojas. Believe it or not, the Dodgers actually have 3 players available on the bench still. 0-2. Hae-Sung Kim, then Gord Vett, the backup catcher. Justin Dean, sort of a defensive closer, pinch runner. I mean, Dave Roberts does actually have a few moves he could still make. Blue Jays basically got nothing.
Ball.
1-2.
Thank you.
Yeah. Blue Jays have used their entire bench, their entire bullpen.
1-2.
With still 2 more games to play in LA with no off days. Tomorrow and Wednesday.
Ball.
2-2.
During the regular season, a game like this, you would see the following day multiple bullpen moves to get fresh arms. Can't do that in the World Series.
Two pitch. On the ground is short. Jimenez. Close down Rojas. I mean, this guy, Brendan Little, for a lot of this year, he was one of the trusted relievers.
Number 12, Alex Cole.
And the season just didn't finish very well for him, but he certainly has the stuff. Down, bases empty for Call.
Ball.
Ohtani on deck. This spot in the order, Dodgers have not gotten a base runner out of this 9 spot. There's Ohtani. 0 for 7. That one is a base runner into left center. Call might test. Varsho, no. Slams on the brakes. Well, now what?
Let's see.
I mean, I think you got to pitch to him.
I think so too. Here's Alex Call. Rips it. He's considering going to second base, which is just wild. can't afford another guy thrown out on the bases. They're going to have a quick conversation.
And the pitching coach is coming out, Pete Walker. If you were to walk Ohtani intentionally, that would be the 5th straight time. Ohtani's been on base 8 times, double to start his night. Homer against Scherzer to make it 2-0 Dodgers back in the 3rd. Double against Fluharty to drive in a run in the 5th. Dodgers down a run in the 7th. Homer, tie game. That was the last run that either team has scored. And since then, 4 trips up, 4 times intentionally walked. Not this time, at least not yet. Ohtani, ball in the dirt. The last time a player in any game, World Series, playoffs, regular season, reached base 9 times in a game was 1942.
And then if you add the last game the Dodgers played here against the Brewers, you add on top of that.
It's been a while since Ohtani's made it out.
So that's 12 straight at bats. Ohtani has been on base at Dodger Stadium last 2 games here.
Homer, 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 double homer, walk, 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 walk. I think I got that right. 2 down. Winning run at first in the bottom of the 17th inning. Will Ohtani get a pitch to hit? 2-0. No. 3-0.
And now you just walk him. Now you just.
You got Mookie Betts on deck. And then another left-hander after that. That's ball 4. 9 times on base in a World Series game. That's impossible. And the thing about this is, because Brendan Little is just so wild, if you were thinking about walking Betts to load the bases and get left on left, it may be a huge risk.
Yeah, you're not even willing to take that risk.
So Betts may well have a chance to end it here in the bottom of the 17th. Ball. Call the ball right at the knees. John Schneider's a little cranky about that one. Ball 2-0.
We keyed in on Mookie Betts before the series started about how important his at-bats were going to be.
Mookie in this game is 1 for 7 with a single. Good speed at second, call. Big swing. It's a tough pitch. It's a very firm. With a lot of sink. 2-1. Pulled foul. 2-2. Blue Jays 1 strike away from seeing the 18th inning. Time.
You good? Yeah, I'll take one. Yeah. Are you take a step off? Good.
The pitch clock was winding down. They call it a step off. Now the pitch clock has started again.
Yeah, it's winding down again.
Little's got to get ready, and he does get it off. in the dirt, 3-2.
Runners will be moving.
Alex Call, the winning run at second. 3-2. That's pulls one, foul. And a bunch of those, whether caught at the wall or just foul here in extra innings for the Dodgers.
Now, Mookie Betts, before the game started, was awarded the Roberto Clemente Award for all of his work. Might get another award if he ends his game.
He stays alive. That pitch was in. Got a piece.
Mookie was one of the hardest guys in baseball to punch out this year. Right around 11% of the time he'd strike out. So there's going to be a ball in play with the runners moving, and if it's the long throw, you have to throw Mookie Betts out at first.
Another 3-2 on the way. Popped up. We'll see. Vlad into foul ground. Guerrero underneath to make the catch. And once again, the Blue Jays survive pressure from the Dodgers. The offensive frustration. You see the looks on the faces of these hitters as the game has gone on. Well, now we've tied the longest game by inning in World Series history. Both of them within the last decade, right here at Dodger Stadium. Blue Jays Dodgers, 18th inning. Will Klein still in the game. Lucas swing and a miss. The at-bat quality, Spilly, has gone down.
You knew that, especially once you get over the 4-hour mark, and Shane Bieber's getting up. Shane Bieber is supposed to be tomorrow's starter for the Blue Jays. And it's going to be so many moving parts. I don't know if Shohei Ohtani is going to be tomorrow's starter either.
Yeah. Lucas, a liner to first. He hit that one hard, but Freeman positioned perfectly. One out.
Freddie covering the line, just making sure no doubles.
Number 27, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
The Dodgers have gone after Vlad Guerrero.
They have.
I mean, this is the only guy really right now in the lineup where I feel confident could do some damage against you.
It's kind of the opposite of how the Blue Jays have approached Ohtani, where they just, after the middle of the game when Ohtani was burning him one at bat after another, they've stopped pitching to him.
Well, most pitches Will Klein threw this season was 36. He's at 50.
Now, we can't see everything that's going on in the Dodgers bullpen, but and now Yamamoto is up. So there's our answer. Yamamoto, you can't really see him there, but yeah, there he is. Wow. Yeah, he just 2 days ago pitched a complete game as Guerrero draws a walk. There's a base runner for the Jays.
And Yamamoto has such an impressive warm-up routine. He does long toss. It's line to line. He throws javelins. This is going to be an abbreviated warm-up for him.
Yeah, almost like warming up maybe for a bullpen session, a little side session. I figure probably not warming up to come in the game in the 18th. Maybe just getting ready if the game goes to the 19th, so he starts it now. We're just guessing.
Yeah, and in the case of Will Klein, you know, the second you start really seeing big misses, that's telling you his body is cooked.
1-0 to Kiner Falefa. Open it up on that swing. It's 1-1. There's so many spots in this Blue Jays lineup that the starters are not in the game. No Springer, no Bichette. That's this spot. No Kirk, no Barger. On the ground to short, could be 2. That's to second 1. Throw to first, not in time. Real close. Dodgers are checking. See if they want to challenge the call at first. They are going to.
That's a good quick feed. And with Freddie's long body.
This is a crucial review of the save call at first base.
He might be out.
He might be out.
And the moment of truth is when the ball touches the glove. The first instant that the ball touches the glove is the foot down on the base.
And if you're the Blue Jays, you want this to be a safe call so bad, because Dalton Varsho against Will Klein, who seems to be losing some steam, is their best bet.
All right, so the moment of truth, and the ball touches leather right there. It's just so hard to tell. Is any part of the foot down on the base? Toes up. And in New York, they'll have the ability. They can mesh camera shots together, and so they should be able to get a good view. All right, let's get the call.
After review, the call in the field stands. The runner is safe.
So when you hear the call, the field stands, it basically means it was too close to overturn. If it was confirmed, that's usually that, like, the umpire got it right, and it was a no-brainer.
Fielder, number 5, Dalton Varsho.
That was not a no-brainer. Well, here's what you were talking about. Varsho, 2 for 6, walk. Also been hit by a pitch. So he's been on base 4 times tonight. In the dirt. And Smith throws behind Kiner Falefa. That's the only thing we haven't had in this game, a back pick.
We've had it all. We've had 6 base runners throw down on the bases tonight. Isaiah was one of them. An amazing play from Tommy Edman.
Varsho, foul ball. 1-1. Varsho's part of the reason why this game's still going, 2, and especially 1 outstanding play in center field in extra innings.
Ball. 2-1.
2-1.
Probably could have been called a strike.
Young Will Klein earning respect forever with what he's doing in this game. Varsho, another foul. Two and two. And maybe some people now have started to leave. Almost 6.5 hours in, but so many are still here. And they're standing up. 2-2. Varsho fouls it again. Fastball right out over the plate.
Yeah, Varsho's getting some pitches to hit.
Klein again. Varsho, same kind of foul ball. And Will Klein, the adrenaline of the World Series, he's still throwing 97. Pitch number 63.
Ball.
Low.
3-2.
Now we got an action pitch. 2 outs. Kiner Falefa will take off. Three and 2. There he goes. And Varsho pops it up. But that one will be back over the backstop and out of play. All of his foul balls kind of in that same direction.
Yeah, he's pretty close to being on time with Will Klein. So usually if you see a foul ball down the left field line, you're late. Down the right field line, you're early. But when it's coming straight back, you're pretty much in sync with the pitcher. Now you just need a mistake.
10th pitch of the at-bat. Varsho stays alive. That's the 6th foul ball of the at-bat. Think about Will Smith, too.
How you doing?
And you take one on a foul ball at the back end of a 6.5-hour World Series game. Ouch.
And he's already had issues with that wrist.
Ooh.
And that's right where it caught him.
Right on the forearm. Wrist. The 11th pitch of the at-bat to Varsho from Klein. It is ball 4. He did not go. Second walk of the inning. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position for the Jays.
Let's see how close. You usually see if the barrel got past the hands. It did not.
Wow, what an at-bat.
Catcher number 55, Tyler.
I'm watching Yamamoto down in the Dodgers bullpen. He's not close to ready yet.
I think Will Smith is probably just, yeah, you can see Mark Pryor shaking his head. He's not ready. So as much as anything, Will Smith maybe stalling for some time, but maybe just giving Will Klein a breather. This is the first runner in scoring position for the Blue Jays in 6 innings. To go back to the 12th.
Well, Tyler Heineman, he's seen 9 pitches tonight. He's swung at 8 of them.
He's going pitch 1 if he gets something out over the plate. 2 on, 2 out. 18th inning. He went after a first pitch fastball. It was a good pitch to hit. This was Alejandro Kirk's spot. Heineman took over in the 12th as a pinch runner, that last real scoring chance. In the dirt with a breaking ball.
Yep.
And for Will Smith, I mean, don't take those blocks for granted. If the Blue Jays get a runner at third, then an infield hit, an error, a wild pitch, whatever could change the score. In the dirt, and it gets away. So he couldn't block it that time. And now the Blue Jays have the go-ahead run at third.
Yeah, give me.
Will Smith's just getting pummeled.
Now for Klein, I mean, it's the end of the road, right? This is Kramer in the car trying to see how far he can go without gas.
Can you find one last downhill slope to get you back home? 2-1 the count. I don't know if there's something on the field or what.
I think they're asking for.
Oh, I see. Cleat cleaner, like a tongue depressor.
It's just another way to try to buy some time, but
yeah.
Again, the moisture, you could feel it. I mean, the moisture, you could see the field. It's getting slick. Yamamoto's still not ready yet.
He needs some help. I don't blame him. That boy gets an ovation. Okay, good hustle. '70th pitch coming. Way inside. 3-1.
3-1.
He's just out of gas.
He's out of gas.
I think if Heineman walks, we're going to see Yamamoto. Right on the inside corner, 3-2.
Yeah. 3-2.
There's no question this is an action pitch. Just with Heineman swinging the bat, Klein's going to come after him.
Two on, two out. Heineman strikes out swinging. And Will Klein truly with an all-time performance out of the Dodgers bullpen. And we now have the longest game in the history of the World Series. And you know who's coming up for the Dodgers. Freeman, followed by Will Smith and Max Muncy as we go to the 19th inning. Just an incredible performance by Will Klein.
I mean, you didn't know what you were going to get. He was the last guy to come into this game. He gets hugs from Brayton, who fixes cleats. Says thank you, Mark Pryor. Heck of a job.
And now Freddie Freeman drives one foul down the right field line. I guess I'm getting a little delirious. I had us going to the, I flipped the teams. I had the Blue Jays as the home team.
It happens.
We're not in the 19th. We're in the bottom of the 18th. 5-5. Little, the left-hander, against Freeman. And Will Smith and Max Muncy. Truly three of the all-time Dodgers playoff heroes are lined up here with another shot to score a run and end the game and keep Yamamoto from getting into the game. Ball. 2-1.
I mean, we can feel the moisture in the air. It's gotten heavy. So if you're looking for a ball in the air, you want it down the lines.
2-1. Ball. It would be unconventional, but it's possible that if Freeman reaches, we could see a pinch runner. 3-1. Convention sort of gets thrown out the window, you would think, in an 18-inning game.
I think
3-2.
If you're Dave Roberts, you have to do everything you can to win this inning because you do not want Yamamoto coming into this game.
A run ends it. 3-2. That is hit to center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Who else? Ohtani ran out to get to Yamamoto. Ohtani.
Ohtani's gas. He wants to go in. This game has left everybody exhausted.
And an all-time classic that turned into a war of attrition. And finally, the deciding blow struck by none other than Freddie Freeman. Second year in a row. And the first player in the history of the World Series with 2 career walk-off home runs. It's only game 3, but the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead. So many heroes, including that guy, Will Klein, who just got himself a World Series win. In that thick night air, the only question was, did he have enough? He did.
Well, we saw Freddie Freeman in Toronto. He hit 2 balls that he felt like he clipped to center field. We didn't think it had enough. It had about 1.5 feet. This game was going to be heartbreaking for the loser regardless. Dodgers were waiting all night. They kept thinking they had a couple chances. This time, they finally get to celebrate.
For everybody who hung in there and stayed. A game that lasted 6 hours and 39 minutes. Now those folks are never going to forget that swing by one of the all-time greats. The second longest game by time, matching the longest game by inning in the history of the World Series, and it ends just the way that that game in 2018 did, with a Dodgers walk-off home run. And if there's any consolation for the Blue Jays, the Red Sox gave up that home run and went on to win the World Series anyway. I don't think that's much of a consolation right now.
Now, quick turnaround. These guys have to be back at the field in about 12 hours. Look at Yamamoto, Ohtani celebrating in the outfield. Just so much when you consider both rosters. Dave just asking, saying I love you to Yamamoto, knowing that Yamamoto was willing to go out there.
Yeah, almost like it was the thought that counts. A team that has won game 3 in a best of 7 has gone on to win 69% of the time. But there's really, I guess there has been one other, but considering everything that happened in this game, almost an unprecedented World Series game tonight.
You go back to Ohtani's on the field right now giving an interview, which I didn't think he was going to do. But Ohtani's night, you could go up and down. You know, what happened with the Blue Jays, George Springer coming out, using the bench early, forced certain players to hit, take multiple at-bats, the base running. I mean, this game tonight had every element, every ingredient, every aspect of baseball was showcased tonight, good and bad.
Yeah, so true. And now the question is for everybody involved in this game. I mean, there's never been a game in baseball history where more effort, energy, passion was expended than in this one in so many different ways. Who can bounce back for tomorrow night? Because we still have much more World Series to play. Here in LA, it'll be game 4 with that guy. Maybe the greatest offensive game in World Series history tonight. Ohtani will take the ball tomorrow night for game 4. For Ryan Spilborghs and our great crew who hung in there through this epic game, Dave Fleming saying good night from Dodger Stadium in LA.